Call this meeting to order. The board will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.6602B, as provided by our attorney, to consider the dismissal or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing. Media reminder, representatives of the news media shall be allowed to attend. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about this subject during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in the executive session. The decision on an investigation will be made in the regular board meeting. All matters discussed in the executive session are to remain confidential. Materials from the executive session will be collected at the end. We'll now go into an executive session. Okay, go ahead and turn on. Ready? All right. Going to call the meeting to order. Before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, was going to say that prior to this meeting, pursuant to ORS 192.6602B, we were in executive session to consider the dismissal, disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Gardner is on his way. He was at classified bargaining. He told me he's coming across town, so he'll join us shortly.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend the agenda before approval, change the first word in J4 from update to amend. These are items on the consent agenda. No, we're not going to discuss. I just want to be as accurate as possible in the heading of those agenda items.
You want to say amend or amended?
Either. Amend it if you think that's more appropriate.
Okay.
Okay?
I think that's fine. There are also, Ms. Knopfseger is not going to be here tonight, and so she had a couple of items that we're going to remove from the agenda. I've got to find them. It'd be L3, K1, budget. No, that's not right. L3. L3. We would remove L3.
Okay. So, is that it?
I think that's the only one. She just had the one. Just do a quick review, make sure we miss that one.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend the presented agenda to strike L3 and to change the first word in J4 from updated to amended. And with that, I would move approval.
Do I get a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is so amended. We're kind of waiting on Andy for comments from the public, so we might as well go ahead and move. We'll skip past that and go to board business so we can continue on. And I guess we're going to talk a little bit about the executive session.
Brad, can you see if anyone needs interpretation?
Oh, thank you. I jumped ahead. Does anyone need interpretation? I'm so sorry. Mr. Gardner's here. Okay, so then I think we're going to go back up, since Mr. Gardner made it, and put him directly on the microphone. As soon as he gets settled, if he can get the things on. There we go.
While we're doing this, could you make the announcement, please?
Michelle? You can go ahead and make the announcement on, and if anybody needs interpretation, and then that way you can take off and.
I can give you my computer if you'd like, Andy.
I'm just looking for the written public comments.
Buenas noches. Si alguien necesita interpretación, si puede levantar su mano. Gracias.
Thank you.
Be patient, everyone. We'll let Andy get fired up with his computer, and we'll get to comments.
If I can return to it.
So-
Go ahead. Okay.
So if you go back to F1 where you were,
Yep.
while I did not attend the executive session, I'm aware of the subject matter of the executive session. We do, in fact, have a formal complaint. In my view, the subject and the matters of that formal complaint are of an employee-employer nature, and there's a process to resolve those complaints, and it's through the grievance process. I would ask that we set aside the complaint, take no action on the complaint, and let the grievance process run its course. And once it does, if there's action or further work by the board in relationship to the formal complaint, we'll take that matter up then.
Do we have some other discussion upon other opportunities? Gentlemen, the other four of us were in the executive session and heard from our attorney, Lisa Freely, who's here at the table. And so we can discuss some of the items. I'd ask that we keep the employee's name out of it and just call it the employee. We don't want to single anybody out. And we can talk about how you feel best to proceed, so we can have a discussion. Did you want to go ahead, Ryan?
Well,
I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Director Nyquist said, I kind of support that, or at least, having an internal, we don't even have the complaintees. We didn't even get their response to the complaint, right? So,
Use your microphone. Yeah.
Oh,
Put your
so
microphone
not-
down.
yeah. I can try. Ugh. Yeah, so we don't have the complaintee's response to the complaint either. So we either need to do an internal investigation and get that, or just set it aside and let the, like Roger said, let the grievance process run its course, I think. I think it's premature to do a full-blown independent investigation.
So you're basically saying, wait till it makes it to our level and then decide whether or not we're gonna do the investigation?
Yeah, I think so.
I would be willing to do some internal fact finding just to make sure we have all of the details of the case with the employee and all the exact complaints that were addressed. But then for the meantime, formally tabling the complaint until we have a resolution from the process that already exists.
Okay. The complainant is seeking two independent paths to the same goal. And I'm with Director Nyquist in that there is a process for grievances to be resolved with the union, and the employee would have union representation during the process. I also side a little bit with Sean in that I'm worried about losing some of the information that we might otherwise gather that may be important. Should this thing go beyond arbitration or beyond to possibly litigation? So how do we find a way to keep hold of the recency of the information and archive it so that should we have to go to litigation, we have current memories, as opposed to going a year later and go, what was that conversation you had? Well, I'm not sure what I had for lunch a week ago. I don't know that I could tell you, right? So we fight that little bit of a thing. And so I don't know what you guys think about having some sort of an investigation while setting the complaint aside, or how that might look.
I think that every document in this case would be subject to discovery. I won't prejudge it, but probably the lion's share of evidence would be public records as well. So, unless in a situation where people were destroying public records, that wouldn't happen, and that's not supposed to happen anyway. And I think there's no greater risk of that happening by just setting this aside than it otherwise would be. I mean, you could do internal searches, I guess. You could have the IT department do an internal search with keywords and make hard copies of those and preserve those if you wanted to. I don't know that step is necessary. I think everybody who's a part of the district takes public records laws seriously. And I've seen not a single case or evidence that's anything but of that nature in my 2.5 years here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the evidence that the staff needs to put together to defend the arbitration would be adequate to sort of secure the point in time information that you're asking about, in my opinion.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? So I believe what we're seeking is a motion to deny investigation. Is that what we're seeking, or how do we want to phrase this?
Mr. Chairman, you can seek it, but I don't, I think you're,
Well, what do we do with the formal complaint? We must make an action upon the formal complaint. We can choose to deny the formal complaint, we can choose to do an investigation and set it aside until such time as the investigation is complete. And those are the two options that have been presented to me.
Well, mine's a third, and that we take no action on the complaint until the grievance process runs its course.
Unfortunately, there's a timeline by our policy and we're required to. Is that correct?
This covers it.
Well,
Oh, this covers it? So if we, this motion to deny here is what is being recommended. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I mean, not to quibble, but a motion to deny is not my intent. We don't know all that's out there. And we have board policy, and board policy is board policy. It's not an administrative rule. It's not a statute. I think, as a matter of law, we could make exceptions to our own board policy anytime we wanted to, as long as it wasn't abused or egregious. And in this case, it just seems appropriate to set the complaint aside and let the grievance run its course.
Mr. Chair, so this currently as it's written, the motion presented to us, that's to deny investigation. Is that for all time or is that for at the current time? Can we amend that to say
Delay.
deny investigation at this current time pending results of the grievance hearing? Or do we reserve the right to pick back up the investigation later if we choose to?
Would you mind if I asked Lisa that question? Lisa, do you want to weigh in on that? Or
Mr. Chairman, I don't, one thing I've learned is that don't ask counsel a question in a public session if you don't know the answer to it or want to hear to it. So do we need to recess here, or I don't know.
Well, I would never recommend that I give you legal advice in public, right? But in terms of your policy, what I would suggest that you think about doing is something that allows us to communicate to the employee who filed the complaint what the next step is for them, what that looks like, what the board's, and it could be complaint dismissed, it could be complaint being investigated, it could be complaint, I think, Director Nyquist, I heard something that it could be similar to say, we're going to table the complaint pending the completion of the grievance process, and then we will review it again. At that point, that could be a motion, right? It just is dependent, but then that would allow us to communicate to the employee who filed the complaint what the status of that.
I would make motion 3 as presented by counsel.
to table, could you articulate a little bit clearer?
She did, it's in the record. I don't want to get into word salad here, but to table this complaint and so as to allow the grievance process to run its course. Once it does, the board will take the matter up again and choose what action to take or not to take in regards to the grievance.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Well,
Oh, wait, so the
just want to make sure
discussion?
we're, yeah,
Okay,
just because I read the
discussion.
policy
Yes,
real
please.
quick, I just want
Yes.
to make sure. So you're going to do a written, so he's going to write that out, and that's our written response, verbatim right there. I just want to make sure.
I would think so, yeah, that we would inform the employee that we're tabling this because there's 2 parallel paths to the same
Okay,
achieved goal, and then we're going to allow the grievance process to run its course. And then at that time, the board would pick it back up again if the employee so chose
yeah. the
us to
employee, I
do
would
so.
make- yep.
Because they may get satisfaction with the grievance process and we don't have to.
Okay,
So I want to be, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your.
no, I just making sure we know we have to do a written response to this. So the written response is, we're going to set it aside, let arbitration run its course. If the employee wants to bring the complaint back post arbitration or post,
Arbitration, yeah.
yeah, whatever it is,
Yeah,
then they can do so. I'm good with that.
Okay.
I want to be clear, the practical reason to do this is if we don't do this, this district, from an HR perspective, could go into meltdown mode. We could, as precedent, be setting aside the entire grievance process. And I don't think that's in anyone's best interest.
True.
Thank you.
So this doesn't give up our right to do an investigation later.
Correct.
Basically, right.
It not only, it doesn't give up anybody's rights, including the complainants.
Yep.
So we have a motion on the table It's been seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Gardner, were you ready for comments at this time, or you want me to continue on with F?
I have them, sir. Okay, go ahead. For tonight's meeting, we received 2 public comments. The first commenter makes 2 points. Request change in middle school grading policy related to students receiving minimum credit of 50% on late assignments, concerned with accountability, impact credit for late assignments has on her student and other students. The second commenter makes essentially the same concern with the 50% grading policy and also just how that impacts students' impression of high school grades and just real world of work, getting things done on time. That's it.
Okay. Skipping back down to F2, OSBA resolutions. The Oregon School Boards Association is organized as one general state association with up to 24 regionally elected representatives established across 14 geographic regions to support member participation and representation. This year, there are no positions on the OSBA Board of Directors or the OSBA Legislative Policy Committee. There are 2 resolutions for us to consider. Resolution number 1 creates the Oregon Rural School Board Members Caucus and designates a seat on the OSBA Board of Directors and LPC. Resolution 2 adopts the proposed amendments of the OSBA bylaws. So we're looking for a motion or some discussion on motion number 1 to begin with, that if we support or oppose the Rural School Board Members Caucus and getting a seat on the school board or the OSBA board.
I have a question. Who advanced these to us and when?
OSBA.
Can we be any, is that Jim Green era or post Jim Green era?
I know the rural caucus was in work before he was gone.
Okay.
And the thought was they would always have a position or a spot on the board. Unfortunately, what's happening is there's being more and more political interest on different levels in the OSBA.
So I have no problem with the first resolution as you described it, if that's the case.
Seeking a motion.
Okay, I'll do it. I move that the board supports OSBA Resolution 1 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion 2, looking for, resolution 2, looking for a motion.
What does resolution do again?
It adopts the proposed amendments to the OSBA bylaws. They did some updates and corrections on their bylaws and submitted that for our approval. I did read through them. It was mostly just slight changes, but I don't know that our accepting or denying them is going to change anything.
So you would describe them as wordsmithing.
In essence, yes. I
Okay.
didn't see anything that was crazy to me.
Okay. I would move to approve if that's the case.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We are on to superintendent comments and reports.
So I'll save some comments for some action items later in the day. We have been involved throughout the day in mediation with the classified bargaining committee. And again, it's a confidential process until it is concluded. We'll be going back over there later this evening. Both sides are working hard at it. We do have a mediator present who is superlative. And so there's still a lot of work to be done, but feel like progress has been made today. And I think that both parties would feel, cautious and somewhat reserved, but there has been progress made. Of course, we go on Christmas break this Friday. We'll be out for the 2 weeks, return on the 2nd of January. Several things have happened here. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit, but we did reach an agreement with the certified union, and we'll talk more about that when we get there. That's all I have.
Okay. Board reports. Hadley, you and I are up for that one because Raphael dropped his on my desk. So do you want to go first or you want me to?
I'll go first.
Okay, pull your microphone down. Thank you.
Okay, so Latinx will be doing a fundraiser at lunch on Friday this week in front of the school. There will be a hot chocolate bar and conchas. Interact Club is hosting a snack and food drive for Jackson Street Youth Services until the 14th. This organization provides teens with outreach programs, shelter, and life skill buildings for those who need it. Students can donate snacks or other non-perishable food items in the boxes in their dog teams class. The top 3 classes will get donuts in class as a reward. The High Steppers had a celebration of dance on December 2nd and a competition this past Saturday on the 9th. Cheer had a competition at Liberty High School in Hillsborough on the 9th. Varsity cheer got first and JV got second. Boys varsity basketball won 68-53 against Newburgh on the 29th and 78-49 against Eagle Point on the 8th. Boys JV won 60-39 against Eagle Point also. Girls varsity won 49-38 against North Medford on the 1st and lost 42-58 on the 2nd against Sheldon, and won 56-51 against Eagle Point on the 8th. Winter at West is a holiday band concert. It is held in the APAC, and students are performing tonight at 7. Tomorrow on the 12th, all juniors will be going to LBCC for Career Day. They will most likely, or the job fair, they will most likely get to hear a guest speaker, go through mock interviews, and walk around different career and college presentations. I'm assuming it's like last year. Spirit Week is this week. Enough students said they wanted to bring back a festive Spirit Week before break, so leadership stepped up and announced Monday as PJ Day, Timber Tuesday, so you wear a flannel, Whiteout Winterland Wednesday, Christmas Socks Thursday, and Ugly Sweater Day Friday. The Christmas toy and clothes drive ends on December 14th. Donations are needed of new or used items that are in good condition. Donating money is also an option. These items will be going to the ABC House organization, and there will be a raffle to whoever donates, and 3 winners will be drawn. The sharing tree is up in the lobby of West, where students can take a tag off the tree, buy the gift, and then turn it into the office. These gifts are wrapped and go back to families at West. I checked the tree last week for a tag and there weren't any, so I asked the office if they had any more, and I guess it was a good sign that all the tags were gone. Candygrams are where students can purchase a candygram for $1, and it'll get sent to a student. They can personalize a note, and it'll be sent to them anyone they want on Wednesday. National Honor Society had their induction on the 28th of November, and the Winter Talent Show will be held at 2 back-to-back showings in the APAC on Friday for students to watch. This is so everyone can see the performance in comfortable seats, and also because of technical difficulties in the gym.
Thank you. And just for the board members, I did skip H1 board member reports. I'll circle back to it here in just a moment. Raphael has given this report for South Albany High School. South Albany students went to the Youth Ethics Conference at Portland Community College Friday, December 8th, and they said it was an amazing experience where they got to learn all about all kinds of cultures and inquiries within our community, as well as collaborate with schools from across the state about building our community to be more inclusive and supportive of each other. Saturday, December 9th, we had our winter formal where our students were cordially invited to dress up and dance for a night of fun. This week is our current Spirit Week. Monday, Pajama Day. Tuesday, Holiday Accessories. Wednesday, favorite season. You can be winter, spring, summer, or fall. Thursday is Holiday Movie Character Day. And then Friday is Holiday Sweater Day. They also have plenty of winter sports are up and running. Basketball, cheer, dance, swimming, and dancing are being provided. Our winter school blood drive has gone 110% over our expected donation goal, as well as almost double for the people who had volunteered. The annual toy drive, where classes adopt a child in need to receive Christmas presents based on staff and students' donations. The gifts will be delivered on Wednesday during the early release to the 8 elementary schools we collected gifts for. It had been one of our most successful years yet, with every kid getting far more than one gift, and we had smashed our record for donations with 5 whole bikes, brand new bikes being donated for the drive. And from the students across the board, everyone enjoyed participating and helping their community. We also have our juniors participating in the job fair tomorrow at LBCC. There's also an annual FAFSA night held at South Albany High School for families, sessions in English and Spanish, December 14th, 5:30 to 7:30. And with that, I'm going to circle back to H1 where we can have board member reports. Who'd like to start?
I don't have anything.
So a couple things. One is if anybody happens to be here or listening, they could use volunteers for out at LBCC for Job Fair Day interviewing. They try to get every student 3 interviews, and with a robust number of kids they likely are going to see, they could use some help. Great job by the Chamber of Commerce and their partners who put that together. The other thing is, I was looking to see if it was both the girls and the boys, but I know at least the South Albany girls basketball team has a game at home tomorrow night at Crescent Valley, for playing Crescent Valley at home. It's kind of a big deal. They knocked us out of the state tournament last year, and the team looks good, and I think they have a good chance of getting even. And just above and beyond that, when I'm out and about attending events, it looks like kids are more active, they're more social, at least it appears to me, behaving better, and we're seeing some recovery from the social costs everybody paid for COVID and being, out of circulation all that time. It's good to see.
John?
So my first thing, I just wanted to thank Mr. Gardner and Mr. Richardson, the principal at Sunrise, Mrs. Beltran, the principal at South Shore, and Mrs. Soya at North Albany Elementary for hosting me last week. It was fantastic to get to go and see the classrooms in action and how everything's going on in those schools with Mr. Gardner. The second thing I have was I've had multiple parents bring up the issue of the grading system, just like the public comments. So I don't know what the exact process going forward would look like with that, but that is definitely something that's on a lot of people's minds, and mine as well, that I think people would like some either movement or information on.
Sure. I do have a few things I'd like to say. First, I'd like to thank the Albany Public Schools Foundation for donating, I believe the total was $88,000 to GAPS for school grants. That's really helpful to get some things done. I'd like to also just acknowledge an impressive life filled with public service. Sandra Day O'Connor passed away on December 1st. She was an impressive jurist who was the first woman on the Supreme Court. She was appointed by Reagan and served in that position for 25 years. There's a lot going on in school districts near us. Lebanon approved a new certified teacher contract. Eugene received multiple parent complaints at their last school board meeting. I'm sure everyone is aware of Portland Public Schools just settled their teacher certified contract after being on strike for almost 4 weeks. Also, they are currently negotiating with other unions in their district, so a lot going on up there. Salem Kaiser has announced some major impactful cutbacks, and they have more on the agenda. So unfortunately, there's a lot going on in Oregon public education. If you've been paying attention, you've seen it going. Personal statement here, public education in Oregon has changed since I was in school and many of you out there. We are providing many more services to our youth than we did back in the day that I was in school. More services requires more money. That's just simple. Oregon will be having some very impactful political discussions over the next few years to figure out how they're going to do that. Middle school grading, both our public comments are on that. I have lots of people come up to me and want to talk about that. I would be not fully honest to tell you I think we do it wrong here. Although it's not a board direct policy, our district gives middle school students a minimum grade of 50% and does not grade down for students who turn in homework or do tests late, but prior to the end of the semester. This is a standard protocol put in place by prior district staff leadership that I believe harms our youth. High school, college, or the workplace do not give 50% for nothing. I believe this practice sets a false reality for our youth that does them harm. I want to give an example of how this can affect people. So let's imagine you have a student A is taking an 8th grade math class. In that 8th grade math class, they have 2 tests, 4 quizzes, and 12 homework assignments. Okay, student A only bothers to take 1 test, doesn't even do the second test. Let's say they get a 70% on the 1 test they do. Student A then only takes 2 of the 4 quizzes. Again, let's say they get 70%. The other 2 quizzes they don't even do. Okay, let's stay with that same theory. So there's 12 homework assignments. They do 6 of the 12. They get 70%. Okay, so they've done half the work, literally half the work for the whole year and got a 70% minimum C. Any ideas what that person gets? Believe it or not, they pass the class. Okay, I just think that sets our students up for failure. That's not how life works. That's not how college works. That's not even how high school works, right? You can't turn in an assignment months past when it's due and your boss, teacher, spouse is going to be happy with that. It's just not how it works. You know, so I do agree with the idea of trying to ramp up our kids to understand grades and understand responsibility. But I think we're doing them harm not to give them that reality before they get to high school, because high school grades count for them getting into college, right? And so I think at the very least, 8th grade has to be a ramp up so they're better prepared for high school. Another thing, just kind of along the same thing, and this was one of the reasons I ended up coming to and running for the board. I was helping coach freshman football, okay? And we all have our memories for what high school was. When I was in high school, you had to have minimum grades to be available to compete in any extracurricular, whether that was drama, band, sports, right? When I was there, you had to have no Fs and an average of a 2-point or average of C, okay? That is not the bar that we exist in anymore, okay? OSAA, which is, let me get this right, they're the Oregon Schools Activity Association, so they set the bar for the state. They have decided that you need to be passing 4 classes, okay? So that can be different depending on what school you go to. At West, you have the opportunity to take 8 classes, okay? So let's say you're in drama, drama's your thing. You really don't want to miss drama, okay? So that you can be eligible to participate in drama, if you have 4 Ds and 4 Fs, you are eligible. I think that is a horrible statement to our high schools. I don't know about the rest of you, but the idea of it being difficult to get a D, or that it is not the most important thing for our kids to leave high school ready to succeed in trade school, college, whatever they decide to do, I think that's just got to be the most important thing. You know, we don't get to decide what OSAA decides makes you eligible, but I think in both our middle school grading and our high schools and what we think is important, I mean, the most important thing has to be preparing our kids for success in their life post K-12 education. That's all I got.
Can I
Yeah, you
indulge
can.
me for
Yeah,
a
please.
minute? So I hear a lot that the middle school grade thing is off the mark from some parents, from us. It makes sense. I'm a little bit cautious in that somebody at some point had an idea to do it differently, and our opinions are just our opinions. The only requirement or qualification we have up here to be up here is to win an election.
Sure.
We don't have to know anything about this, yet we would be imposing, it's got to be more than just our vision. And we get comments from the public and parents, and we appreciate that. But what are we, is there, I don't like work groups. I don't like more studies, but Superintendent Gardner, how do we move forward where the experts on this matter are discussing it and come up with a recommendation?
Yeah, I would propose as a first step that we gather and understand what was done here and why, how that reflects against the learning of the time, and what improvements we can make. I think that we are kind of on a scale here, and I think any one place can be seen as it doesn't do this, it doesn't do this. But if there's things that we can do to modify, I'm not sure what the process was. I have heard from a couple of people that it was maybe not as deep a process to get to where we are now. The state had formerly had a proficiency grading system, and then when that went away, people put grading processes in place. Doubt they're perfect. I'm sure you could find people at the high school that may have a challenge there. But I would propose that we are gathering the information as a first step before we begin to do something.
Can we ask you to do that right now?
Like
Can we
right now?
Can we right now ask you to embark on
Yes,
what
and
you
I will
just
say
said?
yes, that I will.
And I would ask,
Will.
yeah,
We will.
when can we expect to hear back on that?
I think
We
we're
have-
gonna have to get people together and just gather a summary. I would say mid-January.
Okay.
I know Pete had talked about just implementing, quickly so we could get the second semester going. But I think there's quite a bit of learning to be done as well, just, gathering. I don't have any document that I can find yet on what the process was that did take place here.
There was no board vote on what did last time. I looked into that. Prior staff thought at one point we didn't even have grades. We had 4 through 1, and that was real confusing to people. Then they put in grades with this minimum grade of 50% and no late, no demotion for turning your homework in late. My big concern is the idea that the longer we wait, the less of our 9th graders will be on track the next year. Because here's the reality: we all learn through life, right? And these 9th graders, if talk to people at South, talk to people at West that are dealing with the 9th graders, they come there and they're used to being able to hand in their homework at the end of the semester. And then believe it or not, when they do that and they get marked down, they get poor grades. And so their on track isn't very good, and I understand the idea of implementing slowly, but I would say the sooner we do it for the 8th graders, the better off they are for their life after middle school.
So since you're embarking on this, a couple things that I want to know. How is it, because this change is less than 3 years old. Less than 3 years ago, we were not doing this. So there should be some fresh memory. So I want to know, how is it different than the high school system and why? That's real simple. And because somebody sat around and made a decision and had a reason for that decision, and that's what I want to understand first, and then we'll go from there, I think.
It's been in place at least since my son, who's a junior, was in middle school. So that's 5 years ago, at least.
We weren't doing it that way when I was here, man. There's no way.
So again, I want to make sure we are letting our experts in the classroom who do this job every day very well come back and tell us what would best help them to motivate and educate kids. Be my thought. And Pete, on the OSAA and the requirements to play, is somebody that followed a kid or two around on a Thursday or Friday to make sure they took a test before the big game the next night. Unusual situations come up. Kids have to travel out of the area. There's a family emergency or something. They come back. They haven't done assignments for 2 weeks. I think we could make a policy internally. I'm not sure that we would want to be seeing the consequences on that the last Friday in October or the last Friday in November.
I guess what I would say there, Roger, is if really them being at that playoff game is more important than their grades and where they're moving, we're in the wrong business.
Well, again, I don't disagree with you, but you make a hard and fast rule.
Right.
You have some circumstances that out of the student's control that cause that. It's hard stuff. So
It is, but I mean, literally, that's a 0.5 GPA. I mean, that wow. Oh, 4 Ds, 4 Fs? That's eligible.
maybe you and I can be a work group
Sure.
to further explore this.
So
I think you'll be shocked.
I'm going to weigh my little part in here. Annie, I'm going to echo what Ryan and Pete said about the need for grades, because we have an opportunity rarely taken in Oregon education before us right now, where we could actually raise the bar of expectations of our students. We've had a huge long series of lowering the bar. We've lowered it so far, they don't even turn in their work and still pass. I really think we need to spend a little time and effort trying, again, Roger's right. We need to talk to our administrators. We need to talk to our teachers. But we need to be able to get our middle schoolers ready for high school and life. And I think looking at a transition in 8th grade to 9th grade grading schedule is a great way to do that.
We will gather.
Thank
We'll
you.
share. And
The other
I'll report
Yeah,
as I learn.
I appreciate that, yeah. The other thing that I want to talk about is that we're getting closer on getting CTE tables, career technical education tables in the high schools, where the plan is once a week, we haven't picked the day yet, a different company will come in, present what they do and can offer jobs to students when they graduate high school. And the plan is to run this every year from after the January, when they come back to school in January, through when they graduate in June. And also, hopefully, those who don't want to go to college will hopefully be able to get a job directly out of high school, and possibly even some room to work on Saturdays and stuff during high school to kind of get into that field, to get their toes wet, to kind of see what's going on. We're talking with ATI, CellMet. I'm also talking to some local electrical contractors, and we're looking for others. So if you know companies that would like to come present to these students a time or two at the high schools, and we're actually have both high schools, and we're going to have 1 day a week to start. So we've got lots of opportunities for people, companies to come in and pitch their companies to students. All right. I believe we are ready for a school report for Liberty Elementary, my alma mater.
Presenting tonight is Dr. Jody Dodd.
You said
Welcome, Jody.
Central was your alma mater.
Hi,
Central is
everyone.
mine.
Wow. So I'm here to talk about Liberty and what's happening at our school. We have a new slogan this year, which includes our PBIS motto, which is Liberty Eagles Soar. We're safe, optimistic, accountable, and respectful. So Eagles soar when they're going down the hall at our school, and we are excited about that. We have 306 students at Liberty. 24% are on free and reduced lunch. We have 12.3% SPED students. We have 76% of our students are white, 12% Latino, 9% are multiracial. We have 21 certified teachers in our school, and with a whole lot of experience. 13 or more of them have more than 3 years of experience, and we are growing student teachers. We love to invite student teachers into our school so that we have built-in substitute teachers. That's helpful. We have 1 dean, 1 counselor, 1 instructional coach. We have a speech teacher, a resource room teacher. Those are all full-time. Our counselor is 0.6. Let's see here. And we have at our school, we have a social learning center for students in the district in 3rd through 5th grade who have autism and other social learning needs. Our classified staff we have 6 in general education, and we have 5 special education assistants. We have 1 custodian, 2 office staff, 1 food service worker, and 1 behavioral specialist. This last year on SBAC, we grew in every area, and this year we hope to grow even more. In terms of activities at Liberty, we have Liberty Singers and also a new marimba club. Thanks to the Albany Public Schools Foundation, we are able to purchase some marimba equipment, and so we're excited to have those marimbas playing at our carnival and other open house and other events that we have. We're going to participate in Battle of the Books this year, and we have some pretty awesome Friday assemblies, so stop by sometime and come and hang out with us. We also have the Albany Public Schools Foundation also has supplied some art supplies for our resource students who have an art club once a month. And at Liberty, we champion the district strategic plan, and you can see at the bottom, those are the kind of the ways that we are focusing on the 3 strategic goals for the GAP strategic plan for this year. Equitable outcomes for all students. We meet for data teams in reading, behavior, and math. And we also have a counselor and who is doing some great SEL lessons in our building. We have clear behavior plans and a great PBIS system. For example, this week, to get ahead of the behaviors, we're having special games, reindeer games, every day at lunch. And those games are competitions to distract students from those behaviors at lunchtime. So we're being very strategic and we're having a lot of fun. We have a focus on rigorous, engaging academics. Our teachers are working on curriculum maps and PLC time. And then also, more specifically, we are doing some focus on our reading small groups this year. So our ILT goals for this year are reading, math, and attendance. And as you can see, the lines for each one connect to the GAP strategic plan. We are planning to increase our numbers in reading, math, and attendance this year. And I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to do. But some of our barriers this year, the first and most important one has to do with air conditioning. Just going to put it out there. This is a picture of the thermometer that a teacher sent me in October. And you can see it's almost 89 degrees in her classroom. And when you have a classroom that's full of bodies in a building that was built in 1949, it gets pretty hot in there. So that is one barrier that we have.
Can we stop for a second?
Yeah.
So we talked about this quite a little bit. If I remember right, the problem was made worse by the cutting down of all the trees.
And putting in the parking lot.
Right. But I thought we had some solution that would mitigate it, but I don't remember what that was.
Brad had proposed, and I've talked with Lauren about it, the idea that we would fan both ends and draft, push the air through the attic. I think there also was a discussion of
some air conditioning units that are the, Dave, help me out, the self-contained, there's a term for them.
the outside set units per room.
Yeah,
The name escapes.
it's escaping me all of a sudden, but there's a possibility. What's that?
Split units.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Douglas Mini Splits, thank you from the audience.
We would love to have any help you can send our way.
Yeah, and another possibility would be to tint the windows to reflect the light out. Yeah, and so we had discussed some of that stuff, and so Dave, maybe we can take a look at getting some prices together on that and see if there's some action the board could take if we can find the funding, so.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That would help a lot.
Okay.
Particularly our test scores, which is what I'm about to talk about. So we're also having right now, it feels to us like a classified substitute shortage. We do not have subs when our classified have to be out of the building. And our system really depends on our classified staff because of the reading groups that they teach throughout the building, throughout the day. For example, today we had 2 openings that were not filled, and we had 10 groups that didn't meet today. So, and I was teaching small groups, and so was my dean. So that actually doesn't count the ones that we also taught during the day. We have, as I said earlier, we have the Social Learning Center in our building. And this year we're working really hard to help our students be integrated into the building more. And I would say that most students are in the building for most of the day, which is we've worked really, really hard on that. One of the ways that we could use more support is to have 1 or 2 more bodies to just help them to be successful within the classroom. And then also, I know that time for PD is kind of a hot topic right now, but we would love to have time to further some of the goals that we have and investigate some of the things that the staff wants to learn. Let's see here. So we, though, are very strategic at problem solving in our building, and we have learned how to do really well with little. And so that's what I'm going to talk about next. We're using data meetings to figure out what we need, and then we're pulling in volunteers from the community and training them up to help us out in some of the places where we don't have staff. This year for reading, as you can see, when I look at this graph, I see the COVID years and what has happened, and then also what we're doing in the younger years to provide a really great base. And so those students moving forward are going to look really great. This is the beginning of the year benchmark. It's supposed to say fall benchmark on there, not winter benchmark. And so we're excited about what's happening, and we're also being really strategic about how we problem solve with the issues in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade reading. We have, as a school, focused on small groups, and that is actually in reading time. There are 90 minutes of reading instruction time, 60 minutes is for whole group, and 30 minutes is for small groups. And so what teachers are doing is working in teams to really strategize where the gaps are and really working hard to fill the gaps. And we're finding that their efforts are doing really well, and also our reading interventions. If you take a look at this slide right here, this is one group. So this year we added a new reading intervention called 95% group. This is a 2nd grade group, so each line is a student. And we want to see for ambitious growth, which is a student who is in a reading intervention, to have 2 words per week. And as you can see there, most of the students are making way more than 2 words per week growth, which is fabulous. We are so excited about that. And then also in our data meetings, we ask the same questions that you might be asking, which is, what's going on with that kid on the bottom there? And what can we do for that student who isn't growing as rapidly as the other students in that group? And what other ways can we pull in some creative problem solving to solve some of those problems? So one of the things that we've done is we have a 5th grade RAD readers group where 5th graders go down the hall and pull those students and read with them in the morning. And then also we have volunteers in the community who are coming in and helping us out. In math, you can see the curve is just about the same. So we're working on those foundational skills with 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We're designing assessments together in our math PLC time so that teachers can have common assessments and be able to evaluate the data from assessments and create strategies based on those. And then also, we haven't done this yet, but we're going to have some classroom walkthroughs where teachers get to watch each other teach. For attendance, that's been one of our biggest goals and one of our hardest things in the last year. We have dropped in attendance by 5%. And if you look at this lovely chart, the one in the top left shows that last year our attendance grew worse by 5%. This is the percent of students who are attending 90% of the school year. However, this year, as you can see in the bottom right, we have a really good number there, and it's actually going back up again. So our efforts for this year in ILT have been working. We've been having data meetings for both behavior and attendance every Monday morning. And from those, we strategize how we will follow up with families and students. We've assigned some buddy teachers throughout the building and also some school-wide incentives for students to come to school. And we're trying really hard this year to make school super fun and a great fun place for students to want to be. And so that's also helping. About Liberty. Students, as you can see, really enjoy our school and they feel welcome. One of my favorite comments says, people are kind here and they really care about you. I'm talking about kids and adults. You don't just get that everywhere. And our families appreciate that our staff is really welcoming in the morning. We try and give high fives and say hello by name to students as they enter the building. And that would be a great time if you want to come and visit just to see how our drop-off process works in the morning. We try really hard and strive to be an inclusive school. And so the last comment there by a parent is Liberty is a great and inclusive school. We appreciate all the staff members, and we do. Our school is only as great as the people in it, and we have some really great people. So thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Pete, go ahead.
First, congratulations on, one thing that we see through the data is, attendance is a huge problem throughout the whole state, right? And the idea that this year you guys are doing so well, that's huge. I mean, how do they learn if they're not in class, right? So that's fantastic. Obviously, you're having some good success, and hopefully you're sharing that, and people are asking you that aren't maybe not having as good success. Both my kids went to Liberty, and one of the things that I don't think it's peculiar to Liberty, but it's peculiar just to grade school in general, was that we would hear about were classroom clears. Can you talk to me about that? Is that something that's gone up, down, about the same? What would you say overall?
I would say that it's better this year at Liberty. I think we've had 3 classroom clears this year, all in the same room.
That's fantastic from what I remember when my kids were there.
Yeah.
What's our general policy on that? Do we let parents know about what happened so that they can help their kids through what they just experienced, or not?
Yes.
Good. That's excellent. I think that's really important for the parents to be able to help the kid understand what happened. So on this iReady bar graph, I assume green checkered is a couple years ahead, green, normal greens. Is there a scale somewhere for us
You
to?
scoot back to where you are. You're looking at reading?
Well, they both have the same kind of scale. So I guess I'm asking, what's the scale exactly? Is there someplace I missed that tells us what the scale is?
That is a great question. So iReady is new this year. And this is showing students who are on, so let's look at the kindergartners, for example, the kindergarten band. The students who are at the end, that is the green, like stripy part of the line, those are students who have already met the end of the year benchmark. And so the green are students who are well on their way. So it's showing potential growth. And then the yellow would be students who are almost there and are going to get there probably by the end of the year.
Okay, so this only shows that year, whatever year you're looking at.
Yeah, it's for this year.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you.
Anybody else?
Just thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for all that you do.
I have a couple questions. So on the attendance, can you share with us what things you did to get such an impressive number? What are the kind of the policies, procedures, magic pixie dust that you threw on the students to make them want to come to school?
Well, there's a lot of heckling involved. So a lot of it is we have a strategic list of students who have missed 8 days of school so far this year. Our goal is for students to not miss more than 8 for the whole year. And so if they've already missed 8, that's a sign of trouble. We have quite a list. And so once they miss those 8 days, then we're calling every day that they miss again, and just having a personal conversation with families and connecting with families. And then we also follow up. So our counselor has an incentive for students who have been chronic absentee students. And so if they come to school a certain number of days for their goal, then they get to do a little something fun
treat
with
of
the
some sort,
counselor.
yeah.
Just to get them in the door. And then we've also put a lot of plans in place with students who have trouble getting to school because of like anxiety. That's a big one this year. Just working with families to have a soft start or alternative ways to come into the building so that they just feel surrounded by comfort and feel a little bit better about walking in the door, because sometimes that's scary for some students.
Okay, thank you. I think that'll be important to some of the other teachers too, and other schools. You mentioned a couple times in your presentation volunteers.
Yes.
So are you having any barriers to entry to volunteers? I know during the COVID years, we had a lot of struggle with that. And I want to make sure that it's relatively simple and easy for those who want to volunteer who can come do that. And it's a decent process. And also you might tell people how they can come and volunteer.
Yeah, so we have a meeting at the beginning of this school year for volunteers just for like a training on processes in our building so they can feel comfortable on, how we do things at Liberty. But also not having any vaccine requirements has helped a lot this year. So we have a lot more people coming in who couldn't come before.
Are background checks onerous or over the top, or are they fairly
don't think so.
streamlined? And okay.
My 80-year-old mom was able to do it, so I think it's pretty accessible.
Excellent.
But those are happening pretty streamlined. In the past, we've had some problems with that taking months.
Yeah, no, I think it's turnaround time seems to be about 1 or 2 weeks.
Oh,
So,
that's
Yeah,
excellent.
it's pretty good.
Okay. Any additional questions for Dr. Dodd?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Next up, Oak School. We have Jana Pierce.
Thank you.
Evening, Jana.
It's nice to be here and good to see everyone. If it'll let me.
Hadley, you missing basketball? No.
Night, Hadley.
Right. Thank you for having us. I'm always excited to share about our school. I'm really happy to have some staff members join me tonight to also just support our school and the excellent things we're doing every day for kids. A little bit about Oak. So we have 9% multiracial, 17% Hispanic, 72% of our students are white. We currently fluctuate right around 270 students, and our average class sizes are between 20 and 28. So we are really lucky this year that we have really small class sizes for the most part. We have a really big bump at 4th grade, but for the most part, our class sizes are a little bit smaller this year, and our teachers feel that, and we are seeing success in our students because of it. So we are excited that we're able to be there this year. We have 19 classified staff and 22 certified staff. Our students get PE, music, and SEL every week. And we have an ELD program, and we also have a functional skills classroom. This is also our first year as a Title I school, so we are learning all the ins and outs and also benefiting from some of the additional help that we're able to bring in as a result. Our state report card. From last year, we did see a decline again. We have seen a decline over the past 3 years that I looked back at. The decline this year was significantly smaller than in previous years, which we are grateful for. But it did, as a largely new staff and as a new principal, give me some good information about things that we're able to put into place to change immediately this year as far as what our kids need and what we can do to help. I attended a presentation that ODE gave just a couple weeks ago about additional ways to really dig into the data, because 42% is a big percentage and not a lot of information behind it, but they gave us some really actionable steps on how we can dig into exactly what it is kids are missing. That was something that was pretty hard to do in the past, but they've made it more accessible to administrators and to staff. So my instructional coach and I are really excited to really dig into exactly what it is that kids are missing and try to intentionally plug those holes. Additionally, we started math interventions last year towards the end of the year as kind of a pilot, and we're excited that this year we've been able to have them going since the third week of school, and we're hopeful that those will also make a great impact on our students' scores as we're able to, again, really intentionally fill some of those holes. Instead of just looking at the big numbers, really diving deep into that data and what is it telling us and how can we make really specific improvements for students. Same thing, this talks about how that data plays out for our specific groups of students. And this data is what we use to drive what our focus would be this year on groups that particularly might be marginalized or might be having a greater impact in their education and how we can work on improving that. Some things that we're really excited about at Oak, we have a positive student culture. We just gave our Safe and Civil Schools survey, and nearly 90% of our students reported that they were excited to come to school every day and that they had an adult who they knew that they could talk to or that cared about them. And that says a lot about our staff and the intentionality they put into relationship building. We also put a lot of work into our Green Zone incentives, and you'll see I have a behavior slide in a little bit, you'll see that that's paying off. We have a lot of fun things going on. Our dean began game show last year, and we've continued that this year, and it really is a positive support every week. And we really just have continued to increase those with meaningful work opportunities and buddy opportunities and ways to make kids and help them feel like they're part of a family and that it's important that they're there because we miss them when they're not. We also have a lot of attendance incentives and initiatives going on this year. Attendance was a big decline for us, like most everybody last year. And in a couple slides, I'll kind of show you what we're doing this year, but we're really working hard on, again, being intentional with the work that we're doing with students and really digging into the root cause of what's happening to try to help them get to school, because we can't help them learn if they're not at school. We also have a really big focus on parent involvement this year. We've had a math night that went swimmingly, and we had 150 people come and join us to learn not just about math, but how to do math with their kids. And we have another Books Before Bedtime coming up, and we have a family Where's Stinger Steve event. We're really trying to reach out to families in a lot of different ways to get them to come into school, not just give us their feedback from outside, but to come in and really see what we're doing and be part of it. We also have really worked on our Title I family engagement and getting parents as a new Title I school to kind of understand what does that mean and how does that serve their student? What are the resources that it brings and what are the ways that we can help them as families engage with their student in that learning? Another thing that I'm super proud of with my staff is just their collective efficacy. They are a family who work together in amazing ways. They seek each other out for information if they're not sure what to do. They vertically align with each other to make sure kids aren't having holes in their learning. They work outside of school to make sure they have childcare so they can be at work when they need to. They just work really hard together for the benefit of kids, not just when they have that student in their class, but all the way through their student's career. And they are really great about seeking each other out and helping each other, whether it's observing each other at something they're really great at or giving suggestions if they're not sure what to do. They just go above and beyond to serve students, and it really shows. The other thing we're seeing is behavior gains. We are doing a lot of proactive Green Zone work, and it is showing, and that's exciting for us. So based on the data, so this is kind of an example of how you would dive a little bit deeper into the data, and this just shows some areas where we noticed we need to do some additional work for students to improve their outcomes. And the biggest areas that we saw were for our Hispanic students and our special education students. So really, as we're going through and making goals this year, and as we're making changes to our systems, we're trying to be intentional about making sure that those goals and those changes really do have a great impact for these students and that we're reducing any barriers that they might have traditionally faced in accessing their education and finding the success. So some barriers and challenges, not much different than Dr. Dodd, but Attendance, and we are working as an ESD pilot school, working really hard. Be at School is our initiative for this year. That's a bulletin board that was created by our Dean of Students, and it shows every day that all students are present when it's time for the bell to ring. They get a layer of their hive, and once their hive is full as a classroom, then they get to choose a staff member to pie. My Dean of Students and I were the first one, and then I got another pie this morning. So we are seeing we're seeing some great moves there, but it still continues to be something we're having to work pretty hard at as far as educating families, helping them understand what's too sick for school, and then helping to reduce barriers that might be in their way of getting there otherwise. Staffing also, we run into the same thing, particularly related to classified staff. We are seeing an improvement for certified staff vacancies, but we still struggle with classified staff. Most days we have 1, 2, 3 potentially that are unfilled, and that is hard. Like Dr. Dodd mentioned, that means reading groups aren't covered. That means less people at recess or doing supervision, and all of those things go towards our culture and our staff morale, and also how students are doing. So things we can do to improve that obviously would be really helpful. Other resources, we have a specialized program at our school, and it is hard. It's another area that's hard to staff, and it's hard to get specific tailored supports at times. So just continuing to work on ways we can be creative about getting students what they need, and about really targeting areas where we can, as a staff, help fill in, but also being strategic and creative in how we market and get additional help. And the last one is space. Oak is full. We have all of our classrooms full, and all of our spaces full, and all of our extra spaces full, and we have reading groups happening in the hallway, and you just at some point run out of space. So as we keep getting more kids, it becomes more difficult, and space is always at a premium, and we are out of it. So our goals, much like Liberty and much like most of elementary education that you'll see, our goals are around reading, math, and then our third goal is around stakeholder engagement. As a new Title I school, we felt it was really important to really engage our families on becoming more involved in school, understanding what we offer and ways we can help, and then doing that for the intent of attendance as well, trying to really get our families engaged in understanding what's happening at school, why it's really cool to be at school, and how we can help them and partner with them. So our first goal in reading, the priority action steps that we're taking right now, we have dedicated PLC times 2 times a month where our teachers are working together. They have trained with edX, and we have learned how to create effective pre-assessments, which we're giving. We're using the pre-assessment data to drive our instruction, to make sure we're teaching specifically what students need. And then we're looking at post-assessments to make sure that it's working. And if it's not, we're going back and doing it again and filling in those holes, trying not to just march forward without intentionality, but being really strategic in how we're working every day to make sure we're meeting students where they're at. Here is our reading data. So you saw things. This has a key, if that's helpful. So the red with the slashes is 3 or more grade levels below. The red is 2 grade levels below. The yellow would be 1 grade level below. This is our fall winter benchmark, and so we would expect students to be 1 grade level below because they haven't started the next grade yet. So we would expect our first graders to be 1 grade level below because they haven't been to first grade yet. But we're hoping that as we do our winter benchmark, we start to see that those numbers shift in the other direction towards students who are either early on grade level or mid to above grade level. And we have the same trend. You can see the impact as it goes through the grades of COVID years, but we also are seeing a decrease as we go lower, and students who are getting what they need and who we're able to make changes with because we have them all day, every day, which is excellent. Math, we also have a goal to increase our students who are at or above grade level. We are doing professional development with our staff around small group instruction specifically, and we implemented our new math intervention at the beginning of this year with Fidelity, which is exciting for us to see. We also, again, are intentionally focusing on pre-assessments and trying to work really hard at understanding what are the students coming to us with, what holes do they have, and how can we really intentionally fill those in. Here's our math data. So again, this is school-wide and then broken down by grade level. So just kind of showing where students are. And we are excited when we come back from break, we will take our winter benchmark assessment. And this is the first time we've used iReady. Even though we didn't adopt the math curriculum, we did adopt iReady as a diagnostic. And so we're not really sure what we'll see. We know what we expect to see, but never having used it before, we don't really have much of a baseline on how much students will necessarily move or grow or change or what kind of outcomes we'll see. So we're excited in the winter to see those gains in that growth. And then priority action steps for our stakeholder engagement. My counselor and I have both introduced monthly chats with the principal and chats with the counselor, just chances for parents to come in. We usually have a topic that we go over. So our first one for me was attendance. Give some parents some information and then have a chance to just engage with them and answer questions in a more personal level than often like our family nights or those sort of things where it might not be as easy to talk, just having a chance to engage with them. So our attendance is a big push for us this year. So last year we ended the year with 53% of our students were regular attenders, meaning 90% or above. And when I had to turn this in for slides, we were at 76%, but I just checked it today, and we're now at 78% of our students are regular attenders. So we've gone up 25% over last year to this point this year. And really that equates to less than 5% of our students are below 70%. And you can see the exact numbers there. We are doing a weekly review of our data. We are implementing a parent communication and tracking and outreach, trying to call parents, check in on them, make sure they know. We greet students at the door every morning, and we are intentional about which students we greet. So if we know a student was gone the day before, we make sure to catch them and say, hey, we missed you, really glad you're here, so that kids know that we noticed and we're happy they're back. We also are engaging. We do have an attendance liaison that's available to us, and she has been helpful as far as reaching out to hard-to-reach families, particularly doing some home visits or doing some barrier breakdown for some people who traditionally are facing bigger things than just a little bit of illness. So that has been really helpful. And there is some of the pies that we had last time. DESA is our SEL strength-based assessment that we use. This is something else we really have tried to work hard on this year. Our teachers assess students at the beginning of the year, and it kind of gives us a picture of where students are and what their needs are. So coming out of COVID, we all know that there were some significant deficits for students in a variety of areas. And we really do want to look at math, and we really do want to look at reading, but students can't be successful in math and reading if they can't be successful in the classroom. And so one of the ways that we're addressing that is through looking intentionally at these different competencies. The competencies are listed there. There's 8 of them that students are scored on. And then our counselor sits down and creates groups. And so far, we have been able to serve all students in a small group setting with our counselor to be able to get specific instruction on the areas that they have needs. So up until this point, any student in the red that would have qualified in the red has been seen in a 6-week intervention group with our counselor doing small group work on their specific needs. And we find that that's another way that we can kind of give students a whole wraparound service to all the pieces that they need, because it does take more than just academic instruction for students to be successful in the classroom. This is our behavior data. So on the right is where we ended last year, and on the left is where we are now. So 96% of our students are in the green zone, 2% of our students are in the yellow zone, and 2% are in the red zone. The yellow zone would be 2 to 5 referrals, and the red zone would be 6 or more. 2% equates to about 5 students. So there's a lot of work going on, but we are seeing it pay off in our school and in our classrooms. To the prior question that was asked, we have had no room clears yet this year. And what people say, lots of great things about the way that Oak feels like a family and the way that they support each other. One of our new teachers who's new to us said, being at Oak, everyone's been so welcoming, and it's great to experience leadership that is helping staff and students and supporting people where they're at. Oak is the best because we have PE, and that's always a hit. And I like Oak because of Stinger Steve. Stinger Steve is quite fun. And the kids really enjoy having the mascot who comes out and takes pictures and does funny things and fun things with them. But I think one of the things that all of it says and that we saw in our data is just we're really working hard to make kids know that it's a place where they're cared about, and it's a place where we have fun, and it's a place to be, but it's also a place that we work really hard. And so we are proud of our school. And what questions might you have that I can answer?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Great job in the trending. Glad things are going in the right direction, especially with behavior. Does the chip trail around the outside of does that still exist?
So at the end of last summer, Knife River came and put in a compacted, tracking like the track around in the back, all the way around the back, the whole field.
I guess the complete west portion of the property, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a third of a mile.
Yes, and then last year Knife River came and did compacted gravel for us. So now it's not quite as soggy, though this time of year you can only really do the front half
It's
of
still
it.
soft to run on.
Yeah, it's still great, and the kids use it all the time. Right now, not as much because it's like a mud pit out there.
They're
But-
keeping track of their mileage? Or is
Yep,
there
we
any-
have Mileage Club. Mileage Club is something that we do. Families can come do it once a month with their students, and then we do it once every quarter. As a school, kids can go out and do it during their SEL time.
If you need prizes for that activity, let me know.
Okay, we'll do.
Sure. Yeah.
Great job. It's really neat to see that both of you are having attendance success. I mean, geez, we just can't make improvements. They're not there, right? And so it's so obvious that you and Dr. Dodd are putting so much effort into getting kids in school, and going out of your way to make it a positive reinforcement and stuff. I came to one of your events last year, and I think it was game day.
Yeah.
And boy, there were so many people there. That was really neat, and they were all having a great time being up there on stage. And so obviously that kind of stuff, if it's fun, they want to come, right? They want to be part of that group. It's just like if you're on a winning team, everyone wants to be part of it, right? So that is awesome. It also is really, I think, important, and I'm sure I'll have you speak to it a little bit, but I'm sure the fact that behaviors seem to be a little bit more under control allow you to have a better learning environment and help those kids move in the right direction. Why do you think you've found success in that?
I think we found success in it for a couple reasons. I think we have a really solid team that works together. So behavior isn't just my dean's problem or my behavior coach's problem. Behavior is all of our job to help kids learn and to help kids be able to be successful students and to be successful people. So we really do work as a team, a lot of different people. Partially that helps us really specifically target kids, and I might not be the right person to work with that kid today, or I might not be the person they connect best with. But if we can find kids a connection in our school that's meaningful and we can use that person to help speak into their lives, a lot of times we find a lot more success that way with behavior. It's hard when it feels like you're playing whack-a-mole or when it feels like the world's on fire some days to have the time and capacity to donate and to put towards your proactive green zone work. But we've really, really tried to be intentional about the time we put into that and make sure that every week we're putting time into the green zone work so that our other zones aren't engulfing our green zone kids, but that it's fun to be at school and it pays to have good behavior and fun things happen when you're doing what you're supposed to and you're following expectations. We also find that's really great that's how we restore ourselves as staff, right? If you're constantly fighting fires, it can feel really hard. But if you're putting work into the fun things and into the things where kids are doing what they're supposed to, that helps staff have the capacity then to make it the rest of the day or to make it the rest of the week. And it gives them the piece they need to be excited. And it kind of, right, it builds upon itself, and it builds upon itself. It's like once you get the ball rolling, it helps. Like the more kids you get and the more kids you bring in, then the more kids they get and the more kids they bring in. Things like meaningful work, trying to help kids not just have a punishment for something, but really trying to help them see how they can be part of community and how what they're doing can help others and build relationships across groups of students that might not naturally exist so that they learn to have other peers that they can look to. The more connections we can give kids at school, the more likely they are to be successful and to want to be in the classroom and to want to do things with their peers and to not want to be the odd one out, right? So it's kind of a lot of prong approach, but it's a whole bunch of people who believe in the same thing, that we know kids can be successful, and we know we have a building full of people who want that and who have a variety of skills that can make that happen. And so we're all just kind of on the same page to make that happen in whatever way it looks like, that we're all in it together and we're all going to do it together for whatever the kid needs.
I think that speaks volumes to the fact, I think we've all worked at jobs that were fun and jobs that weren't, right? And the idea that you can all work together and have fun, and you're not dealing with all the headaches all the time because the kids aren't having those kind of behaviors, and you're able to connect with them more on a personal level and help them achieve their goals. That's just huge. So congratulations for that, because, one of the things I know we're hopeful to, you want to make your school that way, and it sounds like you have, and that's fantastic. And, one of the things us up here want to do is make our whole district that way, right? We want the best. We want the teachers from other districts to want to come here, right? And I think the only way to do that is to make this a good place to be, so I commend you on doing that for your school. On a personal note, and I'll get off, I love the fact that I see a 49er emblem in the back of that pie picture. I think that's really important, and that shows good team spirit.
It's only because the Dallas Cowboy one wasn't somewhere I could take a picture of it, but it's fine.
I understand.
I had a question. Do you have a good volunteer program where you're inviting parents and stuff to come help you out? And is that a part of what you do?
Yeah, we have, we encourage volunteers all the time. We happily give them all the things they need to sign up. I would say we don't have an overabundance of volunteers. I would always take more, but we do have a good solid chunk of dedicated volunteers who come and help with reading groups and help with small groups and help with special activities. And we have a PTA that's always willing to jump in. And so I think it has been a little hard coming back from COVID. There still isn't quite the information about what can you do or what can you not do, or do you have to be vaccinated, that sort of thing. So we're still doing some re-education in those areas of telling parents, no, please come, none of that, you don't have to have those anymore. But we are lucky that we do have some really dedicated volunteers who help a lot.
Is there anything we could do as a district to help with that word to get you more volunteers? Because, I want to make sure the process is streamlined. It's as easy as possible for people to volunteer and work in the school. So if there's something we can do, website information or whatnot, you share that with us. We'll try to get that out for you.
Yeah, I think it's been great that the background checks have been much faster this year. That certainly is helpful. And yeah, certainly we'll be thinking on ways or marketing or outreach we can do that might be helpful to make sure we can get more.
Let us know how we can help. And you also
Perfect.
mentioned, because I'm going to get off here and get on to other stuff, attendance liaison.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard that term, and I like it. It's almost like a truancy officer, but internal, that's checking on that. So tell us a little bit more about that and what they do.
So as part of the ESD's pilot program on attendance, she's just a resource we're able to access to help us with some of those harder to reach families. We work really hard on internally targeting our 70%ers, 80%ers, 90%ers, the kids on the bubble, but we do have some kids who are 30%. 40%. And those typically have some bigger barriers, right, to being able to get to school. And so she's just there as an additional resource, another person to build relationships with the family, to check in with them, to try to get them connected to resources they might need. And she's just been made available to us for those reasons. She's done some home visits and just really trying to hone in on what it is that families need and be another relationship that's built to try to help them get to school.
So she's a resource provided by ESD, is that correct?
Honestly, I think yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I was kind of curious how the money got there and how we were able to get that done. And so it sounds like a great program. So I'd like to hear more about that as we go forward, how effective it was.
Yeah, it's been great so far.
I have no more. I've talked about anything. Any other things?
Just thank you, and
Thank
thank you
you.
to the staff for showing up here tonight.
I had a quick question real quick. I just want to say thank you as well. But on the DESA page, you mentioned the work groups for the students in the red.
Right.
Could you give some more information about those 6-week sessions? Have they been successful? What's the progress been like with those?
Yeah, so
students coming out of that?
our counselor looks at the data. She intentionally groups the students based on the deficits that they might have or areas where we can strengthen some of those competencies. She has a variety of curriculums. We have zones of regulation, we have sources of strength. So kind of depending on what they need, she'll pick the curriculum that works for it. And then she does a small group with typically 2 to 4 students where they meet with her once a week and they kind of go through that curriculum. She has seen, she does a pre and post assessment, and she has seen at least 10%, if not more, growth in all of the students. And a lot of the students last year, by the end of the year, were no longer in the red after having it. Some students only go through 1 round of groups. Some students, we do the DESA 3 times a year, just like we do our other benchmark data. Some students get more groups than 1. But they'll typically only have 1 at a time, and then we rotate through pulling in also students that teachers see a need that may not show up on our data, but teachers are noticing. She'll also do some groups with them, and then when we get our new data come here in January, she'll have another round of groups, and we'll kind of follow the same cycle. So she's able to see quite a few students by having those groups every week. And she also teaches our SEL, so she teaches all students once a week in a 35-minute lesson during SEL time. So she sees all students once a week, and she sees some students more than that.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Job, Jen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Hey, Brad, I got one thing I'd like to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, so those are obviously 2 really good presentations and a lot of positive stuff there. I know we've talked a little bit about making the data they show us the same a little bit. You know, I really think, I mean, it's good to see the data, but it really helps us understand it if the data presented for all the elementaries are kind of the same. You know, they're
I thought they were.
for the most part. Yep. Yep.
Now, there will be some variation in
Well,
their
and I think we want to
priorities.
give those principals some ability to
Yeah.
move a little bit, you know, so thanks.
Okay. Gonna move on to School Resource Officer Report. And have Chief Harden, Jen Williams, and Gina Bell.
Oh, they're all 3 here. Here comes the A team.
Liberty's out. Or not Liberty, Oak is out. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Gardner. So Chris, oh, good, you got it up. So I kind of first wanted out by, the one that you have up now is this year's stats, but I also wanted to compare it a little bit to last year. So last year, that should be also on there too. Last year during the same time, we had 14 offense reports. Most of those were harassments, juvenile complaints, weapons offense, assault, runaway sex offense, and suspicious circumstances. Those were kind of the calls that we took mainly last year during this period, but this year we have a slight uptick to 18 offense reports. And most of those were some follow-ups on cases, assaults, harassment, sex offenses, suspicious circumstance, disorderly conduct, and fight. So those are the differences. Last year during this time, we had more calls at west than we did south, and this year we have more calls at south than we did west. So doing a little trade-off there. And Gina's got some about the calls that we've taken this year. But before handing it off to Gina, I wanted to also say that we've done our fall lockdowns for all the schools this year. It was great buy-in both from staff and students. Some schools definitely improved on things, and so that was good. And we found some building type issues that teachers, we suggested they put into facilities to get mitigated. And I mean, small things like window coverings or window blinds, things like that, different locks on doors. Nothing real big. And so if anybody has any questions on the actual data numbers from last year and this year, I'd be happy to answer those before I hand it off to Gina.
I do. Might the difference be in how events are handled? I mean, it's
Sure.
it's not to minimize the numbers, but you have thousands of kids in school every day for all these days, and you have 20 or And if that's really, or 22, and if that's really all the number is, that's,
It can depend on that, for sure. But that doesn't also include our classes that we teach during those times that we aren't doing these offense reports, or the times that we're doing lockdowns, the times that we're, taking the dog to a school or, doing those type things.
no, I don't, I know you do a ton of work, and we're very
busy,
great.
Roger.
We're very grateful to have you. My point is, as it relates to actual potential criminal activity,
Sure.
when you consider all the kids and all
Yeah.
the days they go to school, it's a very small number.
Yes, and I do think that the schools do a great job of, trying to take care of the issues at the lowest level before getting us involved. This is like kind of after maybe quite a few talks with a student or something that just rises above what they feel like they need to report. So absolutely, it does depend on how the school deals with a given incident.
So I guess the question I have, if this is an okay time, are you getting calls when kids are under the influence?
Yes.
Yeah, last year I got one of alcohol, and haven't gotten any this year for me. Gina might have, but not this year for me, for like marijuana or anything like that. I mean, we have a huge issue with vaping in bathrooms. So I would say that's majority of what the deans do during the day is check bathrooms and take vapes off people. And I mean, they've kind of implemented, I know at least at South, where it's a different, like, there's people standing outside the bathroom, like staff, making sure that people are going in and coming out, not spending extended periods of time. One of the cool things that at the SRO conference that I went to this last year is there's companies out there that actually have vape monitors that are put in bathrooms. It's a real thing. And a lot of schools use them because it mitigates the times that it can send a text to somebody once it detects vape in a bathroom. And so it can send a text to a staff member, and that way kind of alerts them to, hey, that's going on. But it's a super popular thing. I mean, that's a lot of the staff, at least for the deans that I know of at the high schools, is checking bathrooms to make sure people aren't vaping.
Vapes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is now a good time to ask a question about the lockdown?
Sure.
So you guys participate in lockdown training with our staff, meaning what our staff's being trained to do during a lockdown?
What staff are you talking about?
Teachers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And if there was an incident in one of our schools, APD takes the lead on that as a law enforcement agency? Okay.
Yes. And we have active shooter training where we've practiced in schools.
And your non-SRO officers are all up to speed on that too?
Yep.
Okay.
They participate in the lockdowns as well.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Brad? I'd just like to say, and I know Roger has nothing but positive things to say, but being out in the schools and seeing you all out in the schools, one of the things I really enjoy is watching you interact with the students. It seems like, that's fantastic. That's one of the most important things, in my opinion, that it's very obvious that you're both very approachable and, have these relationships with the kids, which is just fantastic, right? Some of those kids need relationships of authority figures in any shape, right? So that is awesome. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah. I never knew how many high schoolers like stickers. It's a
Yeah,
lot.
All of them.
more than the elementary students, definitely. Gina Bell with APD. So going back on those numbers, I know that at the bottom it says fight disturbance, but the assault, the harassment, a couple of the suspicious circumstances, and the disorderly conduct are all fights. Most of them, excuse me. So all of those coincide with the word fight. So a number of our calls have been at South Albany, and the majority of those have been from fights. And to answer your question about a student being under the influence, yes, I did actually respond to a call a couple of weeks ago about a student at South Albany High School
being under the influence of fentanyl. She likely used at school in the bathroom, and medics arrived. She's on probation, but yes, we do have issues like that still. Okay, so touching on a couple of the cases that we've investigated that took a little bit more of our time the last couple of months. At the beginning of the school year in September, we had a parent go to South Albany High School and report that she overheard a child in her apartment complex talking about his brother who was building a bomb. The child described it in detail, enough to have the school alert us and enough for us to obtain enough information after speaking to that juvenile going to his school. And Officer Williams gathered enough information to author a search warrant, which was granted for the home, which was also executed. And from that search warrant, we gathered lots of firework powder, a child who was extremely interested in YouTube and learning how to make bombs. We did not arrest this child because he was very truthful, and his intention didn't seem to want to hurt people, but mostly just was infatuated with how to learn how to make a bomb. So this child wasn't arrested. He was referred to the juvenile department so that he could get some resources and assistance to help with his infatuation. That was our decision with that. Another case that we worked on was an assault in the third degree case. This one was at South Albany High School. It was also a bias crime. So let me try to summarize this. 3 juveniles, females, likely made up a story that another female called a black female the N-word. These 3 juveniles told this girl that told the black female that this other girl called her the N-word. They also, so these 2 girls had it out with each other. They had a conversation in school with a mediator and hashed it out with each other. The one girl said, "I never called you that." The black girl believed her. Okay, so they hashed it out with each other. But these 3 girls decided that they didn't like that. So they jumped the black girl for forgiving the other girl for calling her the N-word in the bus line. Those 3 females were arrested for assault in the third degree with a bias crime and were taken to juvenile detention. So that was that case at South Albany. Another one we had at also South Albany. A female said that this was initiating a false report. So a female called and said that there was another female in the bathroom with a gun. That juvenile was referred to the juvenile department. After investigation, we didn't feel like an arrest was necessary, so she was just referred. And the most recent one, well, one of the most recent ones, but we can't talk about one of them yet. The most recent one for me was using child in display of sexually explicit conduct, which occurred at West Albany High School. So male and female high school students engaged in sexual activity, consensual sexual activity. However, the male recorded the female without her knowing and then dispersed that video throughout the school. This male was arrested for this Class A felony due to what I learned from my investigation and his lack of interest and caring for this female that he showed to everybody. So those are the 4 larger cases that have taken up a lot of our time this year, in between taking Bentley to the elementary schools and going and visiting and showing our faces to as many other schools that we're able to. On a positive note, one thing that I recently did was I took Bentley to Jackie Winter's, what is it called?
It's like a halfway program.
Yeah, like a halfway program over at juvenile detention. And Bentley, when I arrived there, the girls there were very excited to see him. And one of the girls actually came up to me and said, "Hey, you arrested me. Do you remember?" And I was like, "Can you remind me?" She didn't look anything like she did when I arrested her at the beginning of last year. And after she started talking to me about it, I immediately remembered, and she said, "You saved my life that night." And, I was like, "How?" You were high, right? And she just basically told me that she had been sexually assaulted before that, and going to juvenile detention kept her from that because the male who was assaulting her was waiting down the street for her when I arrested her. So that person is now being held accountable for doing what he did to her. Not by my, I'm not doing that. One of our detectives is. But that was a very positive encounter that I had with this female who physically looked better. She looked a lot healthier. And it was just a good, heartfelt conversation that I had with her for about an hour. So that was a positive. Another one is we finished all of our lockdowns at the schools, and like Officer Williams touched on, we had no major issues. We had a great buy-in with all of the teachers and staff and principals and administration. So thank you on all of their parts for being so open to us with positive feedback. And then lastly, I didn't want to say this, but another positive that we've had amongst the community is just the silly TikToks that we do with the schools. It seemed to have a good response from the students as well as teachers and just community members coming up and saying, "Hey, I really liked that you engaged with the high school that way. Keep it up," and just positivity all around. So Ivan, you want to talk about Ivan?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ivan I dealt with last year. He had some issues with running away and wasn't real thrilled about his home situation. I made contact with him and took him into custody on a runaway, and then figured out some other living situation. He moved from dad's house to mom's house. We also got DHS involved, and during AOS's lockdown this last week, I saw him at school, and he is now attending every day and is a 4-point student. So that was awesome.
While he was running away, he also he did get arrested by one of our sergeants and ran from him and broke my pinky in the midst of it. But he's doing a lot better now, so that is great.
So now he's a 4-point student.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Do you guys have any questions for us? Please ask.
I have nothing but appreciation for what seems to be a great relationship between the district and you all. I guess my question would be, is there anything we can do to improve it? I feel like it's going well, but, sometimes not asking the question means you don't get the right answer, right? So if there's something we could do to make it better, I think all of us up here at this table certainly want to make it that. And I have nothing but appreciation for what, those kind of stories. Those stories are important, and I think one of the things that not everyone appreciates, but I think is really truth, is some of the people that are in the hardest situations are the ones that you're most needed by, to help set them on the correct path for their futures.
Yeah. Well, Pete, I absolutely agree. We have a good relationship with the district. It's awesome. I don't have anything right off the top of my head, but I know that I could come to you guys with it for sure, or Superintendent Gardner. One of the things that I've always said about the most rewarding part of being a school resource officer is, like, when I was on the patrol side and dealt with adults, you would arrest adults and then they would try to hide from you later. That is completely the opposite of students. They will come up to you after just taking them to detention and want to talk to you, want a sticker. I mean, it's so different. And so that's one of the most rewarding parts for me, is that you can still have relationships with these juveniles even after some enforcement action is taken. And I think that comes from our relationship prior to those interactions. I think
that's so important to say, and I don't think it's just our SRO officers, our teachers, our classified, everyone who interacts with these kids. I know I was a good kid when I was here, but I mean, the teachers and coaches that held me most accountable were the ones that I went out of my way to please the most, right? And I don't think kids have changed. You know, I mean, they just want to know that, yeah, you'll hold them accountable, but you'll also celebrate their successes with them, and you're going to be their cheerleader, right? I think that's one of the best things we all can do that are in this business or volunteer, however you want to say it. So thank you for sharing those positives, because I think it's important for everyone to see those and hear about them.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
So I have a concern that through the legalization of marijuana and then Measure 110, we're seeing drug use increase across the board, and that would include kids. Although I'm not in schools in this, I don't know exactly what's happening, but I do know that we worked hard and successfully got a marijuana equivalent of an MIP. You know, you would get that if a kid shows up under the influence of alcohol. You can do the same for marijuana, but I think there's a gap. For example, the fentanyl case. Were you able to charge anything for that?
I did not. Her probation officer was present and also responded and held her accountable for a probation violation for using.
So she was on probation for something else.
Yes.
So how often are you put in the situation where you think a student is under the influence of something other than alcohol and other than marijuana, and you're left with no tools to get that student help?
Yeah, that's one of the gaps in 110, right? I mean, there was nothing written in 110 that was specific for juveniles. It was just a blanket as far as possession and use. It never specified anything related to juveniles at all, like we had prior to that. So the uptick in usage is correct, and I think that's all the way across the board, juveniles and adults.
Just because I had this experience, I was visiting a middle school last year, and at the very beginning, and they had 2 students that came in under the influence of marijuana. And it was very interesting for me to see that, because I wasn't there the whole time, so I didn't follow it all the way through. But it seemed like they called the parents. One parent wanted involvement, and the other did not. And there was 2 very different results from that. I didn't see what happened further on, but it was very eye-opening to what you're talking about, and how it didn't seem to have. I was shocked on what the lack of consequence was.
Yes, and some of that gets put on the district to refer to A&D treatment as part of the consequence.
Alcohol and drug treatment.
So I want to thank the 3 officers for being in here. You are the reason that you're in this room today, why I ran for school board. Previous superintendent had prohibited Albany Police Department from coming on campuses. And that was a huge mistake. And I think with the positive stories you're sharing with us, the positive impact you're having on our students and changing their lives is so important. And so I thank you and all the officers of the Albany Police Department for being here. I just have one complaint, and that is you did not bring Bentley.
What are we,
You know,
chopped
so
liver?
it was such a great night, and then no Bentley. So, okay, next time we get Bentley, and you'll be forgiven. Then I haven't think.
I just wanted to say thank you all for your effort. It sounds like I love hearing the positive stories, and it's always great to know that there are people out there that care and that are taking care of the students when they're in school, and that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, consent agenda. Let's see here. Licensed personnel.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval as presented.
I need a second. Go ahead, Pete.
Just a quick statement. I know we're looking to move that I think is really nice, and I want to make a positive comment here. When you look at the consent agenda, and you look under certified and classified, it actually shows us how many total we have, and it shows us how many total we have in comparison to last year. That's fantastic. It gives more fidelity to all of us who are looking at it. You know, one of the things that was very interesting to me was the fact that, you know, last year in June of June of 2023, we had 566, and now we have 614, you know, licensed people. That sounds like, you know, our Manning's getting a lot better, right? Which is awesome. And it was the same way on the classified. Those numbers have gone up. I know Jana and Dr. Dodd were talking about it's still an issue, and it seems to be more of an issue on the classified. But it looks like we're moving in the right direction. Is that your take on it, Superintendent?
Yeah, I think the number also, we had a lot of openings right at that time because of turnover over the summer. I think that the number was a little bit higher last year, but I think we are more full in the certified ranks for sure. And the classified continues to be a problem.
So does that number reflects bodies, right? So we haven't added that FTE, we've just filled empty positions. That's the difference in the numbers.
Yeah, we didn't have 566 last year and then 614 this year. We probably had vacancies.
50
that were yet
vacancies
to
that
be
weren't filled.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could probably go back to a number in March and see something a little closer.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Personnel classified.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval as presented.
I'll second.
2J.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Regular board meeting minutes from last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval as presented, agenda item J3.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we have an updated license bargaining agreement. And for this, I am going to ask for a roll call vote, something a little different, but we have a potential conflict here. I want to make sure that we don't have any issues.
So, Mr. Chairman, the agenda was amended to say amended 20.
Correct, yeah, at the
21,
beginning, yeah, we
24.
want to make sure that we mark that out, that it was the amended
Okay,
contract. And so we're going to first start with a motion, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Ryan, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Roger, how do you vote?
Aye.
Sean, how do you vote?
Aye.
Pete, how do you vote?
I abstain.
And I say aye. Motion passes with 3 votes.
Motion passes 3-0.
So I would like to just add a couple of compliments to the GAEA. This bargaining began in 2022. I think that the union itself had worked to prepare for that reopener of the language only, because the economics had been settled the year before. They worked hard and put a huge amount of work together. We have, over the past year and a half, trailed out many different changes to the contract. I believe Amanda Miles, the secretary, had counted 53 different changes to the contract, and we had never gathered them together in a workable fashion. And it took a lot of work, and I want to thank Dana Lovejoy and Heidi Wetherill, who are in the audience tonight, along with Amanda Miles. You know, there's leaders and then there's doers who get it done, and they put a ton of work in. We really appreciate that. And hope that we've built some really good trust to which we can work forward into the next contract.
Andy, as a procedural question, there are 2 other items on here. Do we need to vote for those separately, or were those covered with the motion that we just passed?
No, the second one there is just kind of it's not the total document itself, it is just the changes, and they did the work to categorize that. The third is just a memorandum of agreement to work forward, for example, on the high school schedule concept and other things. Some of those things have already occurred. This was done, in fact, I signed it tonight because as we closed it out, one of the things that the memorandum called for was a complete meeting between the district and the GAEA to just sort out exactly what had been done. And so it's a process. I'm looking to see if it's on
That's
there. But yeah, I think your action is enough tonight.
Okay, and if we need to come back, if we miss something, if they say, well,
Yeah.
we can, happy to bring that up again. Okay, so old business, K1 Budget Committee information and application approval. So before us, we should have a copy of, let me get this, Budget Committee information on the draft and the application. And we're looking for, I believe, a motion to approve that form.
I move we approve the form.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and then on the second piece, K2, we're looking to appoint 2 board members to review the Budget Committee applications and bring appointment recommendations to the board on February 26th. And I'm seeking volunteers, or you can suggest someone.
I'd be willing to do it.
Ryan?
Yeah, I said I'd be willing to do it.
John, what about you? Yeah, yes, no?
That works for me.
Okay, so
You can't have 3.
I understand.
Okay.
So which, I guess we can, if one of you wants to back, one of you 3 wants to back out, you can, and we can have the other 2, or we could vote. I'm not sure how you want to do this particular procedure.
I'm okay with allowing Ryan and Pete to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So I guess we're seeking a motion. Do you want to do them individually or together?
Let's do them together.
All right.
I move that we appoint Ryan and Pete to be the Budget Appointment Subcommittee and come back with recommendations as described.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So noted. Student behavior update. Stafford Boyd and Andy Gardner, and Darren Riley. Hey, Darren.
By way of introduction, last year we had Darren, who represents the Center for Dialogue and Resolution. They were working with our middle schools prior to that. Darren came and worked with our behavior committee last spring, and I thought added a great dimension to the process. So welcome, thank you for coming.
Thank you all for having me back. I know I presented earlier this year specifically on middle school behavior. Moving forward, we want to broaden these presentations to behavior across all grade levels. So we're making that transition this evening. So first wanted to share that as you've heard from the principals earlier this evening, for behavior, we also have worked hard over the past 3 years to develop multi-tiered systems of support for behavior at all of our K-8 schools. And that's been through a partnership with Safe and Civil Schools, which is a national organization that does technical assistance and coaching for schools and school districts across the country. And this is their model of a tiered system of support. And really want to focus, again, as you've seen from and heard from the 2 principals, is the foundation of this is staff, and staff being well equipped, particularly to engage in processes using data through cycles of improvement. So that is the foundation of our multi-tiered systems of support, similar to academics and reading and math. And so the data I'm going to present to you tonight is data you should see from principals when they present on goals for behavior, and you already have seen some of it. But these are some of the examples of in-time data we have that we can use. So first is, as principals shared, we twice annually give Safe and Civil Schools survey K-8 to family, staff, and students in grades 3 through 8. There's 4 quotes up here, and our families, we reviewed all of our families' responses, and these 4 kind of reflect the themes that our families are telling us this November. The first is that families have an appreciation and desire for welcoming and safe school environments. They're also telling us for the importance for staff to respond to behavior incidents and support students, including the teaching of students around behavior. And third theme that has emerged from families is an expectation of accountability for student actions. just know I only pulled 4. We probably have hundreds of responses from families, narratives, and some of them were very critical, but even the critical ones, those are still the same themes that really emerged. Staff alike, a first theme that has come up this fall is an appreciation for welcoming and safe school environments. A connection, there were a lot of responses connecting positive student behaviors and the skills and practices that they were learning and implementing in their buildings. And then finally, the feelings that most students are doing well, while a few students are displaying behaviors at such high levels of intensity that a lot of people are saying, I've never seen this before in my career, and I'm not equipped to respond to it. So those are the 3 themes that kind of emerged again, and these quotes are reflective of those themes. Second piece of data that we have, and I think Oak shared some, is around social emotional competencies. This is the second year giving that DESA assessment. It's a strength-based assessment around social emotional competencies. And these are our cohorts or groups of students by grade level. And I particularly want to point out, you can notice that 4th grade cohort or group. That's the group of students that was in kindergarten in spring of 2020 when COVID locked everything down. I also want to point you to, again, and you're seeing that that's the highest group, K-8, that is indicating they need extra targeted support. And also looking at our middle schools, that over 90% in each of our middle school grades appear from this assessment in the fall to be doing well around social emotional competencies and strengths. What the great thing is because we give this assessment 3 times a year and we gave it last year, it shows change with students. So the notion of being able to chart, like Jana shared, what her counselor is doing in response to students with some targeted instruction. Things change in students' lives, so social emotional competencies are context dependent, especially if there are high levels of trauma-based incidents in students' lives. So we can chart this over time for students, and so you can see last year in the fall, we identified 446 students, K-8, potentially needing targeted support, and that this fall, only 160 of those students still were indicating that. Similarly, lots of students were identified as having strengths in social emotional competencies last fall, and yet a handful of them, 12, this fall, are demonstrating they need some targeted support. So that's a great feature of this assessment tool. Similarly, we can see difference of groups of students over time. Again, I would point you to the 4th grade group of students. Compared to last year, the adults that are supporting them are saying a greater number are potentially needing support. And in 7th and 8th grade, a less amount of students are needing that support. So it's a tool we can chart groups of students over time. And then finally, really honing in on these 8 competencies. There's some great tools in this assessment system to really hone in on these 8 competencies and assess individual students that are potentially identified for additional support, exactly what competency they may need some extra learning in. So again, listing those 8 competencies, it just shows change over time of students that were identified last fall as potentially needing more support. So it's a great tool. It's strength-based. It's kind of the flip side. It's kind of the heads to the tails of like behavior referrals and bad behavior. So it's a really handy tool that again, you'll see more of this from principals that have this behavior as a goal focus area as they present to you throughout the year. We also have referrals as a data point. Similarly, this is K-12. All of our students in the first quarter of the year, 92.6% had 1 referral or none. And this also, as you can see, is very reflective of the theme of staff of many students are doing well, a few students, that 1.4% of students that has over 6 referrals, they're taking a lot of our energy. And we're having to do a lot of problem solving around their needs and a lot of adjusting day to day and as we try to project them out towards graduation. This is by grade level, so you can see how referrals are distributed similarly by grade level, seeing that elementary is having the most referrals above 1, so students having the similar behaviors over and over and over that we're having to respond to. And that, again, that higher slice of students having 6 or more referrals. So you can see that referral information across grade level. And then finally, just wanted to reaccess some questions came up last time I presented around two things. First is, what about progressive responses? What about these students that are getting 6 or more referrals? It's also come up when we talk about bias incidents. And so our behavior, this would be considered our behavior matrix at a really high level, is, as you can see, if students are repeating behaviors at a lower level, we ratchet that up to a higher level. With each of those, Ryan, you specifically asked about, do we chart data around antecedents of behavior, kind of what's triggering students, what either the environment or insight or background. And so in each of those levels, in each of these steps, that school behavior team is asking those questions. And then we are charting that data. So when those students get to above 6, we have that running record. That really helps us then choose the appropriate responses at that time. And you can see at level 3, you can see the type of examples. Those are the ones that get to that are getting to that line where we may refer them to the school resource officers at the secondary level here, or those repeated level 2 incidents. And part of our response for level 3 behaviors is pause. That includes, say, come to the office for a period, go to in-school suspension for the rest of the day. You're going to be suspended tomorrow, and also expulsion. We're going to exclude you from the regular school environment for a period of time. So that pause is a really important piece of our progressive responses, especially when students are demonstrating the same behavior over and over, and they're not adjusting towards positive behavior with the responses we put into play. So just wanted to point that out. And then finally, last thing is, in each of those levels, in any of those responses, K-8 particularly, we're starting to integrate restorative practices into those, each of our responses, along with consequence, so that again, we can ratchet up our shared level accountability in supporting students and our school communities. So I'm going to turn it over to Darren so he can share a little bit about restorative practices. And just want to also say Darren has been partnering with us, and the center has been partnering with us. This is, I think, our 5th year. So it's a long-term relationship that we're continuing.
Thanks, Stafford. Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to be here. So I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to what's really a pretty vast field that we refer to as restorative practices. So these practices are gaining a lot of momentum around the country and really around the world. And so when we talk about restorative, what we're really referring to is this kind of what comes to us from indigenous traditions of recognizing that there's an understood interconnectedness among people in a school community. So this understanding that when somebody does something to harm another person, it doesn't just harm the person directly involved, it harms everybody who witnessed that. It harms various degrees of, there's various degrees of impact that extend out from that initial incident. It's also kind of rooted in the idea that when we think about discipline, discipline is based in the concept of teaching, right? It comes from the Latin discipulus, which means student. So this idea that whenever we are responding to something that caused harm, to an event that caused harm, a student behavior, there has to be an element of teaching in it as well. What was the impact of the action, and what were the needs, what were the antecedents that led to that event? It's based in this idea that we all have to be responsible, we all have to be accountable for our positions, as adults, for our understanding what our own inputs, what our own biases might be in responding to a particular student behavior, and recognizing that and taking that into account. And I mentioned this idea of framing unwelcome behavior, framing harmful behavior around impact on others and the needs that led to that. That's one of the kind of core skills that I'll mention here in a minute, that we try to really invest in, not only in the adult practices in responding to behavior, but also with young people, trying to help kids understand their own needs that are leading to their behaviors, and then understanding the impact on others. And then finally, it's multi-tiered. I like to, when in a lot of the districts and the schools that we work with, I like to introduce these practices both multi-tiered and multi-yeared. What we're talking about is a different way of looking at behavior response than what is often used. So rather than just excluding, rather than just punishing, let's look at the whole picture as a progressive set of responses, as Stafford mentioned, but also multi-tiered in the sense that we start with really proactive relationship building before we move into the more focused and targeted responses. So one of the things that we've found when we really look at the data, we've got 40 years of data. And what we have found is that overwhelmingly, we've discovered that exclusionary discipline doesn't do what we thought it did. And so by exclusionary discipline, I mean things like suspensions and expulsions. When we just exclude kids from their school communities, what we find is that there's no evidence that that actually changes the behavior. There's none in 40 years of data gathering. What we find is that, in fact, there's a really significant impact. One suspension in the 9th grade statistically reduces the likelihood of that student graduating by 26%. What we found is that zero tolerance policies that favor suspensions and expulsions just alone and in isolation haven't really been shown to make schools safer, which is kind of one of the initial driving motivations for having those policies in the first place. And then we also see a lot of bias. Students of color are 3 to 5 times more likely to be suspended or expelled for the same infractions as white students. And most often for subjective offenses, things that we call defiance or disrespect. And I say that without actually having a really clear and kind of objective definition of what those things mean. So they're subjective to the person who cites that as an offense. And so that data is from the U.S. Department of Education. That's nationwide, but we also see it directly reflected in Oregon's behavior data. So if we know that that just excluding kids, suspending and expelling them doesn't do what we thought it did, what are the alternatives? And so restorative practices offer that alternative. So when we look at the kind of model that just says, we're gonna, you do something wrong, there's this sort of authoritarian model. A lot of times the restorative practices are held up as kind of an opportunity to juxtapose these two different ways of responding to behavior. If we look at the model of responding to events from an authoritarian perspective, usually there's kind of 3 questions that get asked. What rule was broken? Who broke the rule? And what's the appropriate consequence? That way of approaching harm and unwelcome behavior is really kind of focused on just rule compliance. As a counterpoint, when we look at the restorative model, it asks slightly different questions. The questions are: what happened? Who was impacted? And what needs to happen to make things right? So you see the focus is more on understanding the impact of behavior on people rather than just do what I say because I told you to, right? So that's kind of rooted in this idea that we're trying to educate kids to understand what they're doing. The fundamental hypothesis of this approach to behavior response is really pretty simple, and it's rooted in this idea that when we do things to kids or when we do things for kids, we have very limited success. But when we really try to strive to balance both control, accountability with support and education, what we're really trying to do is to do with kids, to work side by side with them, to help them understand and learn from what they were doing so that they can succeed in all of their relationships beyond their educational tenure. So you're gonna take over from here?
Yeah.
Here you go. I'm happy to take questions when we're done.
Yep.
I
just-
have one.
Yeah, just a reminder, Roger, really quick. Just a reminder is this is again, we considered a multi-tier, multi-year approach because just like safe and civil schools have multi-tiers of levels of practice and structures, similar with restorative practices. So it takes a while to build over time. And then second, it's really very overlaid into our bias response protocols and how we're doing things. So it's integral also there. And so we're using it not only in response to all incidents, but really particularly in our responses to bias incidents that are occurring in our school. So now we're ready for questions.
So the first comment or insight I got, I think it was about a year ago, when there was a volunteer parent trying to work through this and help implement this. It's nice that we say this. In theory, it makes sense. But unless it comes with the financial resources for all that additional work versus the other model, do you monetize this, and what's it cost to do this versus the traditional model? And if we as a district monetize this model to be able to do it?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that question. I would say it's a complicated answer. I think there are several ways to really try to build the level of skill and systems within a district to really do this well. It does take some training. It takes some work shoulder to shoulder with staff and some skill building in that way. One of the common kind of pushbacks that I hear around the idea of implementing restorative practices in a district-wide way is, well, it sounds like one more thing. It's what I like to call the OMT effect. So when teachers feel like, and school personnel feel like this is yet one more initiative that we're being told we need to implement, of course there's resistance because time is short and precious. But when we look at the ways that restorative practices really integrate with a lot of the other things that are already going on, one of the things that I hear a lot is it's already happening in a lot of ways with good teaching. So teachers and administrators who do this kind of thing pretty intuitively, when we start to outline the skills and the systems that go into these practices, they go, oh, sure, some of these things are things that I've already been doing, but what this offers is a more kind of coherent platform and a strategic way to implement these. So, like I said, there's not a straightforward answer to your question about monetizing. I mean, we've had a relationship, my center, with the district for 5 years now. I don't think it's a huge expense, but it does take time and investment of connecting the dots. I hope that answers your question.
Well, it doesn't.
Okay.
I just frankly.
Okay.
Because it isn't just one more thing. It's one more really, really important thing.
Yeah.
Because if you do this and you're not successful at it, the next question is going to be, and I've heard it from parents who advocate for this program. They also say, at what point does the child become accountable, and at what point do you consider the other 24 kids in the classroom?
Yeah. Okay. I see. I hear what you're saying. One of the questions that I think is important to note is that when restorative practices are done well, holistically, there's high accountability, and it's a pretty consistent misunderstanding that restorative practices mean low accountability, or when is that kid going to be held accountable? We hear that a lot. And usually what that suggests to me is that there haven't been the proper supports to provide those meaningful conversations to create accountability in a meaningful way. And so the idea that accountability is somehow less in restorative practices than isn't a punitive model. I mean, one example I like to use is that a kid does something to harm somebody else and they get sent home as a suspension, which feels like accountability, but most likely they're at home playing Xbox or something else. And when they come back, there's maybe no conversation about what they did, what happened, the impact that it had on other people. So in many ways, building a system and understanding more holistically the impact of somebody's actions on the people. That's really where that's at. So when a kid comes back from suspension, we're not saying suspensions don't happen or shouldn't happen, but what we are saying is that pause that Stafford mentioned a minute ago, a suspension or an office referral is a pause for everyone to cool down and some assessment to happen to understand, to tee up the real response, which is the conversation and a restoration of and a repair of the relationship, the community, especially the damage that was done. So when they come back, a student that actually broke something is asked to fix it. So it's really high accountability when it's done well.
So to do it, let me finish. So to do it well, takes time.
Takes time, yeah.
And
money.
Yeah, so
time is money.
Let me give you exactly what how that's looking at the middle schools this year. So I think being really mindful of our level of expectation with implementation and our level of investment of time and resource, especially into people building skills. And so this year, our level of commitment is one school is piloting, working with the center to pilot. And so they have with the University of Oregon. And so they have a higher level of investment. They have more frequent professional learning sessions with them. The other 3 middle schools have already had a half-day session, and then the administrators are all being trained for a full-day session, and then a small group of classified staff at each middle school. So that's the level of our investment of time and energy, because we knew that was as much as we could give this year. And so when we say multi-year, multi-tier, your exact question is that we are considering that as we move forward, that we don't want to overpromise implementation if we can't invest in it.
But it's not just PD, it's staffing. This takes more time to do it this way. Then I can kick a kid out of school and kick the next kid out and do that in 10 minutes. But this takes much more time.
So we're still suspending kids to pause kids. We still have had expulsions this year.
And that's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying it's not just PD, it's people. You got to, if you're going to do this, you're going to have to have more people than you currently have.
And actually, we're seeing what happens is we adjust how we're using the people we have. That's what the middle schools are discovering this year. It's a change in how we do things and how we use our human resource. But we do have to build the skills, yes, absolutely.
Right, that's, And so you got to do both systems simultaneously, at least for a little while.
Well, and one of the things that you find in a lot of districts that have been investing in this for many years and have been doing it well, Oakland Unified is probably the flagship in the country in terms of implementing this on a district-wide level. You see a decrease in those suspensions and expulsions. You see a decrease in those office referrals, and you see an increase in student sense of belonging, attendance, graduation rates. There is a clear correlation in that long-term investment. So it's not that it just, I think the question of does it take more time in the meantime, in the immediate response, the answer is yes. It takes more time to build relationships, but what we see is, even in the classroom level, is when you invest some more time on the front end of building relationships, you end up saving more class time that would have been lost because you're dealing with those people.
Right, so I guess that's my concern is you'd say, look, we still got to maintain order with our rules and our suspensions. And we're going to engage in these really time-intensive restorative practices. And we have to train everybody how to do that. And we're going to do all those things simultaneously with the exact same amount of staff that we used to only do Part A with. And then people will say that it doesn't work, that they don't have time, and it will fail. And I worry about that.
And I will say is behavior has been a real issue since coming out of COVID, and this is one of our investments in that direction, towards that priority.
Pete, go ahead.
So I have a kid who's a freshman and a junior. So they were, you say you've been doing this for 5 years with the district. I can tell you at first here in the district, it meant there was no consequences. And that is 100% the truth. The kid would do the same thing over and over again, and there'd be no learning from it. I think restorative justice is fantastic. The way you explained it, consequences. And the thing also that you have to understand is that child or student has to want to be restored. He has to care. He has to have empathy. In many cases, kids don't. I know certain things my kids do. If I just say, yeah, hey, you shouldn't do it that way, mom doesn't like it, or you shouldn't do it that way, and here's the consequence, they respond differently, right? And we're 5 years into this, and we're still not where we need to be, and kids are still doing things and over and over again. The key is, and I know many teachers, and I've heard from teachers and parents that are like, hey, this kid did this to my child, and the kid was still there. over and over again, right? That's unacceptable. The idea of restorative justice is true, and we all embrace that. But that doesn't mean get out of jail free card. That means you got to learn. And if a child learns, I mean, if someone does something wrong to me and they apologize and mean it, and I'm great with that, right? But when they look me in the eye and go, yeah, we'll do that again, that's different, and kids know that. And we really need to do, make sure that we're following up on that consequence side, because we are not. We have not as a district been doing that. And our teachers and administrators are really frustrated with that. And we're dropping the ball. And our kids are dealing with things they shouldn't have to deal with because of that. If a kid does a thing over and over again and they get expelled, or do they have to earn their way back, or are they automatically back?
State law says they're automatically back, Pete. So we need to. So this is what we've done in the past year and a half, is we've leaned in to trying to create some restorative processes to reintegrate them, to get them to spaces to learn, and to learn about their impacts, and from there to be reintegrated into the larger school environments that they're going back into.
So are they on
And
this?
I will let you know, the young man that the SRO shared is one of those students from last year. And now
Sure.
he's a 4.0 student because we went through restorative practices with him and processes to reintegrate him back into a larger school environment.
Can I offer a little context to the 5-year the timeline? Because
Sure, but you understand, we have kids here and we're living it.
No, I hear you. But what,
Living it in theory.
I got you. And what I just want, the context that I want to offer is we've had a relationship, my center's had a relationship with the district for 5 years, that starting right before COVID happened. So a lot of, and that has been pretty targeted around specific schools, the most of which we've spent the time with was AOS. And so other than that, we've just started really, as of last year, implementing these practices and having these conversations on a district-wide level. So I understand what you're saying, that you haven't seen results, but I think recognizing that an intentional kind of district-wide implementation strategy is not 5 years old. It's like maybe a year and a half old tops.
I agree with what you're saying to a certain extent. We haven't seen results. We've seen negative results so far. It hasn't been, it's as good as it was.
And Pete,
It's been negative.
I will say, so this year, the data this year is starting to show that a reversal of that trend. I think in terms of the referrals, the number of kids repeat referrals, our number of expulsions are half at this time as they were last year at this time. Expulsions, excuse me. So I think we're starting to see that turn of trend the other way. That's what our data is showing us.
Yeah.
But Pete, I do want to recognize, like a lot in those narrative comments, I agree with you. I hear the same thing from teachers, is that handful of students, like there's intense behaviors that we have not seen before, and we're having trouble responding to and supporting kids around some certain behaviors.
Yeah, and that's the biggest trouble. Most kids, when you tell them they made a mistake, they want to change. They want to be better. Where the restorative justice doesn't always work, at least in my mind, is those kids who really don't care. And that's where we really got to figure out, how do we fix that? How do we deal with that? I agree with you 100% that 70, 80% of the kids that respond well, it's the best way to go, 100%, right? Because you've taught them, hey, what you did was wrong, and here's why it's wrong, and move on, right? And that's all we can do as humans, is get better, right? But unfortunately, where the system seems to fail, in my opinion, is those kids who really don't care. They're not looking to get better. They're looking to do what they want to do.
Sean, go ahead.
I have a question back onto your slide with the restorative practices. Given the story we heard earlier as an example, how do you square this slide with the story of the 3 students beating up 1 student for creating a fake hoax, fake situation that happened, and then how is there no evidence that it's not safer? Because I'm guaranteeing you, I don't know what the exact resolution was with those 3 students, but the 1 student that was beaten up, I guarantee you they're safer at school if those 3 aren't there than if they are there, given that 1, they created a fake scenario, 2, they then found out that the person forgave them for creating a fake, or the other individual for creating a fake scenario, and then they took it to another level of beating up that student. So how does that square with creating a safe environment for students?
Sure. Let me think how I can respond, Sean, about that specific incident. So incidents where there's one-way assaults, okay, and incidents that are really high-level bias incidents, according to our discipline matrices, we can consider those for expulsion. And then we take into account the circumstances and then the facts of what happened and the impacts of that. So if those students were expelled, then the expulsions can be up to a year, and then whenever their expulsion term ends, they go back to their school of residence. And so that expulsion in that case for those students is traditionally what we would do is say, we'll see you in September, and not provide any services or any learning for them, except tutoring, academic tutoring. But around those behaviors and social emotional competencies that they're not demonstrating, traditionally we wouldn't provide them any support or service. So in terms of, for those students, right, we want to lean in with those students and provide them support and services to learn, and then to reintegrate them back into those school environments. Particularly for the safety for that one student, absolutely, those students have been removed from that school environment. What we have found is that that level of response, just the expulsion without anything else, right, is not necessarily then taking care of that type of behavior in the school environment. And maybe Darren, you can,
Yeah, can I add to that? Because I don't know the specific details of that case, but I mean, and I don't know if that assault happened. I don't know if that assault happened on campus or off campus. In either way, it doesn't really matter. I think the point is that we're not, these practices aren't a magic wand. It's not going to we're not going to wave this and it's going to magically make conflict and violence go away, right? We're talking about a lot of years of kind of embedded conflict and poor response to conflict and poor understanding of how we as human beings deal with people that we disagree with. I mean, we're talking about a systemic issue of responding to conflict in a very escalated way. And it seems like it feels like those conflicts have been heightened recently. So the things that happen on campus, maybe an expulsion can prevent that thing from happening on campus, but it's not going to prevent that girl from getting jumped off of campus. We still live in relationship with other people. And so that's actually part of the philosophy is what we say is if you just kick a kid out of school, they don't go away. They're still in the community. They're still around. But what we are doing when we just exclude and don't do anything else, we're eliminating the possibility for awakening that empathy, for having those conversations to help understand where this is coming from and what's going on, and to actually see what the impact of that action was over the long term. So, I mean, that's part of the explanation of understanding how the exclusion in and of itself doesn't solve the problem. An exclusion can help as long as there's also some attention to repair afterwards and some learning. And that's really what we're talking about.
So I would just add, last year, the Center for Dialogue and Resolution was working with our middle school behavior specialists. Dean, right? So I'm not sure that narrow piece of entry into our schools really created a lot of learning for all staff, because this really has to happen, classroom, admin, everybody. This year, it is broader. And I would ask you guys also to reflect. So there was an incident that the officer talked about, and it is, it's pretty severe, right? But overall, across the thousands of students, we are down in expulsions, right? And so I think sometimes we have to look at the aggregate. Any one incident, as Darren said, we do have people who do this, can sway, oh, that happened. The idea that we would be able to do this and prevent all is, it's just impossible. So I would ask that you think about the general trends across the population that we can show you in data.
So I just straight up, I got to tell you, talked with somebody who absolutely supports what you're trying to do, was at a school attempting to do it, who said point blank, we don't have the resources. It all sounds great and they're great goals, but when you get to attempting to implement it, these things take time, and we haven't allocated that. And so to try to do this and to not get it right is not good. And so I guess one of the things I would like to see is I want to see the plan, and I want to see, now that we've done it a while, how much time it really takes and who's doing it, and is it achievable for the people who are attempting to do it? Is it really enough time? And what's it really cost? And are we paying for it? To just roll through our budget process and not address this doesn't seem complete to me.
Roger, I think as the middle school principals come in front of you, I believe all four of them probably share something related to this around goals, and you ask them those direct questions because they're the ones doing the work and having to manage the implementation, and they make some investments with their discretionary funds and professional learning time at their discretion also. So that's a place you guys can get more information on how it's going.
So, what I kind of want to weigh in here is you're kind of probably getting a sense of this is kind of a hard sell, right? I don't know that many of the board members are really buying into this program. I personally have doubts. We spent 3.5 years of something, nothing much happened. And then we got a year and a half of, we got a little something going on. We're 5 years into this, and we're still wondering when the behaviors are going to start to get better. And we've seen a little inkling, and that's great. We say expulsions are down. Well, is that because the kids are behaving better, or did we change the criteria for expulsions to make it harder to expel? I don't know, right? So we hear a lot of stories from the people in the community and the teachers and the principals, and they're really wanting relief. Our classified, our certified staff, they're getting beat up. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we need to try.
Literally.
Literally.
Not just
told-
figuratively.
I just
Literally.
meeting today, 3 per day. 3 per day in our schools. Injuries. This is a lot. We're gonna need to see results. I personally am getting a little frustrated on this, and of course I'm not an educator, I don't know how to fix it. I hope you have the right model. I hope you can prove to us that it's successful. But we're on a time crunch here, folks.
Go ahead.
Two things. I do want to, I think it's important to point out. So 15 years as special ed director, 2007 I get the job. First day on the job, first thing they say is behavior in the district is out of control, you got to get on top of it. So this is not new, although it feels new. It's not. It's been going on a long time. The second thing is, last time I wanted, you keep talking about expulsions down in the year-over-year data. Last time I asked about that, you said you couldn't figure out how to get out of synergy and compare it to SIS. Have you fixed that problem? And if so, you really ought to show us if the data shows that it's getting better. I'd love to see that. If that makes sense. Okay.
Because it's a smaller number, we can know the expulsion.
Yeah, well, you can know off the top of your head because of expulsions. But I'd love to see suspension data or, December 1st last year to December 1st this year or whatever.
So I'm scheduled to present again in February. So we'll have, we can do comparative data for the first half of the year from this
that'd be
year to
awesome.
last year and probably the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
I think it will be down. Anecdotally, it sounds like I bet you it will be down.
so I think the other thing that we're facing is there is no apples to apples comparison because of COVID and kids coming out of COVID and where behavior was and the natural progression of more interaction and more social skills and behavior you would hope would get better as a result of that. And I think one of the good things that's happened here tonight is we've had the honest conversation. And I think what you're hearing is, from me at least, is you got to show me where the resources are and who's implementing this, and is that working, and are they okay with it? But I'll just ask you this, and I'm a little bit suspicious, I got to tell you. So you mentioned ninth graders. If they're suspended, there's a 26% less chance they graduate. So if a ninth grade young man comes to school drunk, he gets suspended for a week, and he doesn't graduate from high school, Is it because there were other things going in his life and he was headed the wrong direction anyway? Or is it because he was suspended?
Yeah, that data, and pretty much whenever you see statistics like that, there's no way to prove causation. It's correlation we're talking about. So that research is corollary, not causative. Can I add just one more thing?
Sure.
Because I just wanted to point out, the officers that were here earlier, a number of the districts that we work with in the schools, we have relationships with the school resource officers. And one of the things that I notice with SROs is that when there are strong relationships, like what we heard with your SROs here and the students, you also see greater results. So there's the idea that exclusionary and restorative can't work together, I think is a misunderstanding. One of the SROs that I work with in another district, he occasionally calls me and says, hey, I got this kid that's doing this thing. I don't want to cite him for it because I know where that'll go if we get him into the system, and it's not going to work. His results are probably not going to be great. So can you come have a conversation or start to work on a restorative process? There are all kinds of opportunities for that kind of thing to happen. In addition to our work with schools, we also work with the Department of Youth Services and diversion programs. And because one of the things that the juvenile departments see is that when there's an opportunity to divert kids that have sort of lower level offenses to restorative processes, their rate of success in rebuilding and repairing the relationships that they had increases. So we see that a lot. And so I just wanted to point out that what we're talking about is not very different from what we heard from the SROs here. And one of the things that I heard you all observe with the SROs was that time that it takes for SROs to show up, to be there, to build those relationships has a clear relationship to the success of those kids afterwards, and they can come back and point that out. There's a correlation there. I just wanted to point out.
Roger, just for your information, I was looking it up. So in 2017, it was a cost of $2.5 million for Oakland Unified School District, which was the beacon of this example. And 2017 dollars don't go as far in 2023 as they did in 2017. So just for a frame of reference.
Anybody have anything else on this topic? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Stafford, I think you're still on the hook for academic progress report.
Sue Luthra will join.
Oh, yes, do not forget Sue.
Jeez, man, who put this agenda together? Okay, thanks again. This is kind of a follow-up for last meeting. We presented to you our school report cards, and so our goal with tonight's presentation is to share a more in-time report of our academic progress related to our outcome-based K-12 academic district improvement plan. Additional regular progress reports to you all and the public have been scheduled not only for tonight, but also March 11th and June 24th. As you saw earlier, school reports are really localized progress reports that are aligned to our district strategic and district academic improvement plans. That's really where the rubber meets the road. And since all of our improvement plans begin with the data reported through our state accountability systems, specifically our district state report cards, which we shared with you last meeting and you saw from our schools, we'll start with a brief review of those. And just know that the data, both in the behavior presentation and in this presentation, this is the data you should see from schools. The format may be a little different, but this is the same exact data that you should see from schools, and Sue and I will work to get better at that over time with principals. So first, just a reminder, this is the highest level of outcomes for our district, these 6 measures. I really want to hone you into grade 3 English language arts, so it's just really clear how to read these. Last year's 3rd graders, 36% of them on the state assessment for language arts demonstrated proficiency on that assessment. And
So that's last year's third graders, this year's fourth graders. If you note this year's fourth graders on the DESA assessment, that was the highest group of kids in need for K-8 right now, social emotionally. And that was a 2% change from this year's fifth graders. So there's different groups of kids. And then the Oregon average last year for all third graders was 40%. So those are really important starting places. Those are last year's data though, so that in-time data is actually the most actionable that we really use to get to work, because it allows us to see what kids are coming to us with, and then how can we respond to those.
Go ahead, Pete, have a question.
Sure. We saw some data maybe a board meeting ago or two, and they said how they lowered the bar for some of these different things. Like it used to be 36, but they've seen that all the state has done poorly.
Yeah, let me, I'm about to get to that right here.
Okay, thank you very much. So
no, it's really important. And this is actually, all this data now is, so our school district and state report cards include accountability details reports. Last time we presented, those were not publicly released. They have now been publicly released on November 30th. Our district accountability details report is in your board packet. And they have 3 levels of data. They have achievement data, they have change data, and participation data. The achievement data has lots of metrics, and they're baseline, so they're set at from 16, 17. So I put out on this slide the achievement language arts cuts for achievement on our state accountability details reporting system. So in 2016-17, the state average was 54% of kids proficient in third grade language arts on the state assessment. So that's level 3 is that cut. Level 1 you see is 18, the difference between level 1 and level 2. So last year's all third graders across the state, the bottom 10% of schools, 18%. So that's the level 1 cut. The level 1-2 cut changes every year. But that 54%, that 54 stays solid on the 26-17 baseline. Then level 5 is a 5-year long-term state goal, 80%. And then level 4 is halfway between level 3 and level 5. So all the achievement and change accountability reports have this 5-level cut system. Know the change is language arts. So this group of third graders, how did they perform related to all other third graders from 3rd to 4th grade? That's kind of the change metric for math and language arts. That was recalibrated. The baseline was recalibrated after COVID. So that level 3 cut, and that's the one that it demonstrates learning loss. So I think the like ELA level 3 cut is like -14 or something. So that was the average though at 21-22 of kids change from one year to the next. I predict, Pete, the state will probably recalibrate that one, those change metrics in the next couple years, because yeah, we need to get back to like kids should be growing.
And that makes sense, but it's just hard, you know, when they change what makes the data.
Yep.
You know, so green this year is different than it was green the year before.
Totally.
And it looks bad.
Yeah. So what? So
know,
really,
because
so
you're
really
basically forcing more green because you've lowered the bar, and
so,
that's hard to.
And so what's good for us is generally if the more green and blue you see, like that's indicating we're doing well, right? The more yellow and orange, the more we need to get to work.
It says we're doing well compared to others, not well compared to the standard.
Correct.
Right? Because they moved the standard.
Just in the change metrics. So again, all the achievement metrics are baseline from pre-pandemic. So,
Can you go back to the circles?
Yep.
So those are a percentage of kids that met the standard.
Correct. So yeah, regular attendance, 57% were 90% attendance better last year.
And we saw that data tonight for Oak and Liberty, although they
yes. So each school has their own report card. Yep.
This is ours or this is the state?
This is our district right here.
Okay. Does that data exist for the state or not?
Yes, the state has a state report card as well, and they try to always metric it, so they always put the averages on any of them.
So is it reasonable to ask that the schools put the state along with theirs? So if I see, like I'm looking here at Oaks is 61, and whatever the state's is, I can see that compared.
So on these graphs, it'll always have the state average there, and then again, you can always on any of the accountability details reports.
Okay.
That level 3 is what we'd consider like the state average. We're benchmarking ourselves against.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Great question. And then participation. Again, just a reminder that if less than 94.5% of kids take an assessment, it's the further they are from that under it, the less viable the results are to compare year to year. So that's just a reminder. And then wanted to remind you again where we've been since 16-17, since that baseline year. And just a reminder of like each of those high-level metrics have a different kind of recovery or response, right? Dip from COVID and then coming out. So again, these are all kind of the starting points, and these should be the starting points you hear from principals so they can get into their actual in-time data, which we're now going to jump into.
Just a reminder that our points of pride from the SBAC test last year was 4-year graduation rate, 5-year completion rate, middle school language arts, and high school language arts. And the points of promise were middle school language arts, especially with our economically disadvantaged students, and middle school math with our economically disadvantaged and our students with disability. So we have some promise and growth, but our priority, and you have saw this on our elementary principal reports, 3rd grade language arts, math overall, K-12, regular attenders, and 9th grade on track. So for example, at the elementary level, they have goals set for language arts, math, and most of them for attendance. If it's not a specific school improvement goal, it is a goal within the building. If you look at the elementary language arts, again, this is our current, our 3rd graders is our score, but it's our current 4th graders that we saw the data on, and they're still catching up. And for math, our 8th graders continue to grow. They're our current 9th graders, but they still have a ways to go too. So we're working on all of those, and our attendance at 57%. Regular attenders coming 90% of the time isn't enough. So each school is working on that. Some are in their pilot and some are not, and we're learning from our pilot. So if you look at the 3rd grade language arts here, one of the things that you'll see is we really need to focus, if you look at this data, our Hispanic, Latino group, only 17% of those met or exceeded the benchmark. And look down about midway, you'll see that only 11% of our students have disability. So one of the things that schools do is they use their data when they use the iReady, or they do diagnostics or formative or summative assessments within the classroom. They look at all those levels and just making sure that we're focusing on kids that need support, and these kids would fall into that. But you will see also on their board presentations, they'll talk about which group that school, each school's focus group will be a little bit different depending on their population and their scores. So this is our district data, and then the schools will report what their focus group was and is for the year. So each school talked about iReady data. One of the things that to know about iReady that we haven't maybe talked about is SBAC is, and we're looking at Oregon scores, and that when it says that like 40% of the Oregon 3rd graders pass the test. iReady is actually national data. It's across the country. And so they have it in almost every state, like all of Hawaii does iReady, like all across the United States, we're doing iReady. So when we're looking at our data in iReady, they're comparing to national data. So if that helps, that's why it looks a little different. And the other schools were showing you the data that they're using, that's their current data that they're using to make decisions on what to teach and when to teach. It will also show us iReady, this shows us the projection if students achieve typical growth throughout this year. So if you look at this is 3rd through 8th grade. And if each of these students has proficient growth throughout the year and their typical growth, then we will have 45% of our students' grades 3 through 8 meeting or passing the benchmark. They're for their grade level, and is predictive of the state assessment. So we can look at the data in different ways as we take the iReady tests. We take them in September, January, and May. And every K through 8 school does it the same 2-week time window so that we are all comparing the same data school to school. This one shows that the projection of students achieving typical growth, how many will also be proficient. And if you look at that, it shows us 2 things. 1, our 4th graders are struggling the most. And 2, if you look at grades like from 3 to 8, that our systems are beginning to work, because as the years go by, except for fourth grade right there, that we're getting better and better, and more students are projected to meet, be proficient or exceed the benchmark. Our, this slide is about 8th grade math, and kind of looking at the same thing as the 3rd grade reading, but so 24% of the students met, but Oregon was 26, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, 26%. But still our Hispanic Latino group, only 15% met, and our students with disability, 7%. So it's really 2 areas of focus, those student groups. And our iReady math data, this is this typical growth. If all these students have typical growth, grades 3 through 8, it looks like we'll have 31% proficient, 3 through 8. And then when you look at math, we have the opposite of what we did in reading. So in reading, our kids were looked stronger over time, and our math looks the opposite, like it over time. Like it gets more difficult. Question, Roger.
Why?
I could see it. Why? I don't work with 8th graders.
I think several things that Sue and I have talked about is first, I think Janice said it is, when we've really spent the last 3 years, just coming out of COVID, really trying to build efficient and efficacious multi-tiered systems of support, and we started with reading first. And as she mentioned, they just started interventions last spring for math. So that's one. Number 2, where we are around trying to ensure that there's a guaranteed and viable curriculum. That's that we're teaching kids the priorities around in math at each grade level and in sequence each year, and we're ensuring that classroom to classroom. We started that process last year, and this year is year 1 of implementation, K-12 with math. And and we haven't invested in the curriculum that was presented to you. So that is a barrier right now. But in terms of our systems, there's a lag because we did reading and language arts first coming out of COVID. And we're really in, I would say, year 1, year 0 was really last year for math. So we know it's a priority, and we're getting to it. I don't know anything else at the elementary level.
One of the things for elementary, so for example, if you're a 2nd grader and you miss part of the year, especially the spring in 2nd grade, where our kids were at home, you miss regrouping, what we used to call borrowing and carrying, and that leads to so many skills along the way. So if you've missed that concept and you don't understand it, that you're missing, it just compiles on top of each other. So filling the holes in math is extremely important. And so making sure that we're giving the right assessments. We didn't have this is our first year of using a really good screener for math also. We hadn't done that before this year. So our data is getting better, and we'll be able to tell more what students are missing. So this is the first year of this kind of data for math, K-8.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question about the subgroups there real quick before you,
Oh, which way do you want to go?
that way. And you may not know the answer, but actually that one, yeah, the free reduced price lunch, where do they get those numbers? Because we don't do those in the applications anymore, right?
We do not. So I
think,
Thank you.
And maybe
Filing
Scott
for
and
OSBA
David can, there's a complex
From where, though?
formula now that it generates by attendance area. I can't.
Sure. I'm not sure. I don't know if Scott knows that answer either.
Isn't it partially by like who receives SNAP benefits?
This.
Could be
And
that.
Oh, so
kind
it's
of
more,
things.
it's not about school reduced lunch anymore. It's about
It's probably a calculation based off of that.
census data or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing I know. So it's a little bit more challenging. We used to take, so when we did free and reduced lunch before to determine like numbers for Title I schools and that kind of thing, there was families had to fill out a form to get a free or reduced lunch, and they would either get a free one, a reduced one, or full price. And that's what determined our levels of free and reduced lunch. And now, most of our schools get free and reduced lunch because of the community and the area they're in. And so knowing exactly, we don't fill out those forms anymore. Knowing exactly how many kids are free and reduced per school is challenging. And the last I heard is on, I think it's on foster care and SNAP benefits and some of those kind of community data points. And that's how we determine.
Poverty level than a kid specific to us.
Yeah.
Correct,
and there-
correct, in the area.
Are we giving them to all of them?
Just about. We don't have free lunch at West High
Nays.
and Oak Grove and Nays. I think those are the
No,
only
just
three.
Oak Grove and West Albany High School, the only two.
Oh, just two. Just
And we
Nays gets
can't
it now.
request for applications when we're on CEP.
So there's no household screening.
No.
No.
Everybody in the school gets one.
Yeah, and
Yes.
it generates a number that's a percentage. I just looked at these the other day for the Boys and Girls Club. So there is a relative level of poverty, and it may be more accurate because middle schools and high schools typically had a far lower number than was true because kids wouldn't turn them in.
Turn it in.
As data goes, I still don't know how you get to the number.
We will look into that, exactly how it's calculated.
I'll be interested in how you get that data.
We do know that it was new formula was put into place post COVID, and I believe these are reflective of that, knowing that lots of our schools are 100% now considered,
Well-
and a few of our schools are lower. So we get that answer back to you, Roger.
They're 100%, but there are households inside that 100% who should not be eligible.
Correct.
So they're not 100%.
Yeah. Our next point of priority is regular attenders. I know we've had lots of conversations about this, and again, 57% last year, 62 was the average, and that was down 5 percentage points from the 21-22 school year. Again, want to point out that 57, those two groups, Hispanic Latino students, a gap of 6 percentage points, and then our students with disabilities, a gap of 9 percentage points. And those are focal areas for us at the district level. And again, each school will have their own small set of student groups as focal groups. Here is our quarter-1 attendance based upon that 90% attendance, which we consider regular attenders, and the group of under 90%. So for all students K-12, 63%, just under, which is a boost from last year. And then you can just pulled one of those groups, Hispanic Latino students, for quarter-1, and there's still that small discrepancy there, which allows us to target some actions. And then here's by grade level band. So you can see the difference. Actually, middle school in quarter-1 was of the 3 levels at the highest rate of regular attenders, with middle and elementary about being the same, and a big discrepancy at the high school level between those 2 levels. Jana did mention attendance liaison. That role, there's 4 schools that are doing the attendance pilot, and that person is being leveraged by those 4 schools. That actually was something we reached out to the ESD to provide. They had those positions last year. They stopped having them at the end of last year, so we added a staff member to our FACT team to do that for 4 schools, 2 elementaries, 2 middles. And again, you'll hear those other 3 schools when they come, their progress with not only what they're doing, but similar to what Janice shared. So that liaison role is actually a district employee. 4th point of priority is 9th grade on track. Last year, 75%, and we were lagging 9 percentage points below the state average, but that was an increase from the previous year. And then again, that you can see the gaps between all students and our Hispanic Latino students at 9 percentage points, and students with disabilities at 18 percentage points in those 2 student groups. In quarter-1, we pulled grades of our 9th grade, all our 9th graders at South and West, and you can see with quarter-1 grades, our 9th graders were 66.5% were passing 6 classes or more. That's because it would be 6, 24 is graduation number. So that's the poll. And then again, you can see the difference of our Hispanic Latino students compared to all students. So that is our report. Questions?
So a third of our high school freshmen are failing one or more classes.
At the quarter, they were, yes. They were failing, so they were not, they were they were passing 6 or more classes would be the more accurate way to say it, yeah.
That seems bad.
That's why I care about middle school grades.
It's not funny, but.
You're on the verge of becoming an expert here.
Anybody have anything else for Stafford?
Thank you, guys.
Sue, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Okay, so we moved L3 to a later date because Jane is still in bargaining or went home. She was smart. And then I guess we go to L4, student investment account. Dave Bolin.
Get my screen up here. Hold on just a second.
He was threatening to go slow with this, I'm just letting you know.
That would hurt himself as well.
Okay. I want to start with this. Going back to the principal presentations, you have been receiving an outstanding orientation to student investment account all night long. Almost every presentation that's been presented to you has a component into the SIA. So I want you to think back to some of those presentations, and I'll see if I can highlight some of those throughout the slideshow here. So what I want to do tonight is I want to go back a little bit. It's been a while since I think the board's interacted with the Student Success Act and the Student Investment Account. We use those interchangeably as terms with our work. So I want to do just a brief overview of that. I think tonight will highlight some of the things that you've already heard. Tonight's really about closing out the 2022-23 and the annual SIA report. That's part of the requirements of the SIA. So we'll be doing that tonight. And then I want to give a little bit of a picture about integrated guidance and the status and where we're at. And what we have going on right now is we have two overlapping processes. We have the start of integrative guidance, and you're starting to see what that's all about. So I want to set a little stage of what you're going to see coming in the spring. But I also want to understand we have two overlapping years here, and it gets kind of confusing where we're at with each process and each grant. So hopefully I can make that clear for all of us moving forward. So SIA, two main purposes: meeting students' mental and behavioral health needs. You've heard a lot about that tonight. And then increasing academic achievement for students, for all students, and particularly those students that are bulleted there below. You've been hearing about that all night long. The allowable uses of SIA: expanded instructional time, addressing student health and safety, reducing class size and caseloads, and providing well-rounded education. You've heard those terms before. The bulk of our plan for SIA last year was in bullet 2 and 4, where most of our expenses were, and I'll outline those for you. So there's some engagement requirements for SIA, community and family engagement. I'll talk about that when we do our report, but that's how we interact with our students, parents, school, employees, and community. You've done a lot of those at the board level, and Mr. Gardner's done some focused learn sessions as well. That's a big part of this plan. The district needs assessments. Those are the strategic plan and developed in 2019. And then the account applications that you see coming to you and the grant agreements coming to you is another way for you to and the public to engage with SIA moving forward. It's been a while since you've seen some of those. So there's a transparency and accountability portion of SIA. First of all is the plan approval. That's approved by the board and presented to you as a board. The last time that was done was in February of last year, and I'll cover that. It's available on our websites. As part of accountability, we do quarterly reports to the state. There's a narrative response, and then the budget expenditures for each activity is also reported to the state. And then there's an activity rating. So it's a green, yellow, and red type of symbol on implementation. We do annual audits. That's what we're doing tonight. That's available on our website, and Mr. Stafford presented to you the growth targets last month, and those are another accountability feature. So in general overview, I won't go into the details, although they're in my presentation on the annual report, but this is in general what we did with SIA last school year. This was a plan that was probably approved to you in the spring of 2022 for the fall of 2022 and 23. So the indirect costs, those are administrative costs that are taken off the grant for implementing the grant. Our staffing total, so just over $6 million in our grant is to do with staffing. So I want you to reflect back on your two principles. How often did you hear din of students? How often did you hear counselors? Behavior coach, I heard, instructional coach, social emotional learning, behavior data, behavior support. Those are all terms that I noted down. I started marking the number of times that we heard them throughout those presentations. That's in that $6 million. That's what that's for. And you can see it if you look at the details of the grant. And in the grant that we bring forward to you next month, you'll see that as well. So I think we should pay attention to that and outline that for you. Purchase services, those are contracts, about $700,000 of contracts, supplies and materials, $91,000. Transfers, that was an elimination of sport fees in the district. And then the other category is really one item, and I know that's importance to the board, and that was the middle school activities fund, and there was $149,000 spent in there. So that's in general overview of the budget. So now I want to show you the annual report, and this is the compliance report that's required by the state with SIA, and this was what was submitted to the state last month, so I'm going to have to exit out of here. And this was in your packet last week, so I won't spend a huge amount of time with this. But really, this is what our annual process is required of us. There's 4 narrative questions, and there's progress markers as well. The progress markers aren't required for this biennium, but will be for next. We're required to present this to you and provide the opportunity for public comment as well. And then we post this on our website. So I know I'm not supposed to read slides, but I'm going to read one sentence here. The staffing in place is vital to continue to respond to the high behavioral needs of our schools and decrease the interruptions in learning. I wanted to ask both principals, what would they do without those staff in those schools? And I would likely to say they would say we wouldn't have been making as much progress as we have been. So although my response to the state is short here, what you heard those two principals say about behavior and DESA and the small groups instruction that the counselors were doing, those things wouldn't happen without these folks being in our buildings. And so that's the impact of SIA. My response might have been short, but their presentations tonight really outline this very well of the impact that having these folks in their buildings can have. The next one is what barriers or challenges that we have. I often respond to the state in this way of saying we struggle filling our specialized needs positions. And that's been a standard response that I've had to the state to say we have a hard time filling special ed positions and things like that as well. So that's one of the challenges I think we had.
Dave P. had a question.
Just, this goes to the numbers. Roger, the answers to the question. So pretty much all these from budgeted to actually what was spent were either really close or just slightly under or a little bit over. Other than the pre-K partnership with Maple Lawn, that was the big one that was way under. Can you, which kind of saved us in other areas because they were over. Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Yeah,
Sure. Finish.
Can we
Finish.
get
Come
through
on back.
this and get that to the, you're at the end already.
Yeah, I am.
So, and the narrative report here is about the community engagement. You guys are well aware of this, and I also mentioned some of the focus groups that you've been doing next year. And then the last question is really about what have we experienced this year and what we're planning on next year. And what we're really working towards next year is really being precise in our budget. So that's my goal for this year. So when we get down to the end of the year, our expenditures will be right on track where we predicted they were. So I know this is small, but this is where you're going to, right? And there is some stories up here, but Maple Lawn, I did not pull that particular account. I noticed the same thing. I may have to defer to Mr. Gardner here. But there was an account there, pre-K partnership for Maple Lawn was underexpended. Do you have some detail of that, Mr. Gardner? I did not pull that account.
I am not prepared to speak with detail today, except I'm surprised that you said the account was underexpended.
Yeah. So I'll have to bring that back to you and figure out what that actual was and make sure that's correct. And I will do that.
It just points itself out because most of them are a little over, or, and so
Yeah.
that kind of saved the day. So I'm curious how that worked out.
Yeah, so, and the thing that I want to highlight here is, and-
That's the previous year, right? So that's
yeah,
not
this
the
is last
cost we're
year.
talking about. Okay.
I don't want to spend a lot of time here because I know we're running late, but I want to acknowledge this, that you're seeing quarter four up here. Some of the quarter four numbers are really high. We really report quarter 2, 3, and 4. So quarter 2 should be your highest if you're really predictive of what your expenditures are going to be. If quarter 4 is really high, that means you've moved some people into that grant that weren't in that grant at the beginning of the year to fill out that expenditure. That's what what I've been working with Jane on, to make sure that we are very, very accurate in who's in this grant at the beginning of the year, so we can reflect a really accurate budget going forward in the general fund as well. So that's what we're working towards, and that's what I'm going to bring to you next month and show you how we're doing that work.
Roger, you had a question?
So first, it's just, I've had a long day. I have no energy, but I'm ready to just pretty energized over how this is couched to us from the state. And it's a grant. And if I'm right, this is the gross receipts tax.
Yes.
No? Yeah. And so it's a sales tax on business in our community, and the money won't come back to us except the state will decide every year that they're going to grant it to us. And that's just not at all how it was sold, if you will, during the legislative session that passed it. It gives some connotation of instability because of grants year to year. And I don't like that. One of the things I'd like, if we don't apply for the grant or we don't meet the terms for the grant, do the businesses in the school district not have to pay into the grant? I doubt it. But that aside, I want to go back. Thanks for letting me share. Can we go back to the money sheet? I guess my question is, this grant employs a whole bunch of people. My question is, how do you allocate indirect costs? I can't imagine you can do all of this work and take care of all of these expenses with an indirect cost really only being $50,000.
The state sets that percentage for us, the maximum percent.
So are you, in your context,
Yeah.
are you thinking that that's like payroll costs and associated costs that are overhead to an employee?
The costs that compile the payroll, that produce the check, the costs that hire the employees, the costs that heat the building.
So indirect is just an allowable expense that you can take to manage the grant and do the reporting.
Yes.
So
It's not related
It
to
has
the
nothing to
costs
do
themselves.
with the real indirect costs of operating this program.
Yes.
No. Before we go on, is there any other comments about the annual report in general? Because this is a required part.
I mean, I think you should get used to this, Roger, because the legislature made it pretty clear that They don't like that they don't have full control over Fed funding or state school funding. That's what they said during the Portland strike. Said, hey, we don't have control over how you're spending your money. We think we need more control over it. I'm just saying, that's what they said pretty loud and clear.
Well, I mean, I understand the flip side of this is there's administrative cost paying for this that's taking money away from everything we do that's not this. That should, I don't know. Maybe just as a budget guy that's done public budgets, since when we negotiate a contract with the teachers next, there will be less money available for us to do that because we're not truly implementing what the indirect costs are of running this grant. But you're right, I should take it up with the legislator, I guess. Thank you for that.
Okay, so that closes out SIA for 2022-23. Now we're moving into integrated guidance, different animal, okay? So this combines, just a reminder, this combines 6 programs into one application, one reporting process, one dashboard for the district. Much more streamlined, much more efficient. So this is high school success, student investment count, career and technical ed, continuous improvement planning, early indicator and intervention programs. You're going to see funding streams next month of 4 of those areas into integrated guidance. Some individual process still will continue. You'll still see separate grant agreements come to the board. SIA particularly will come to you in January for this current year. So let me explain our steps there. And I only have a slide or 2 left here. So here's the timeline and process. I'm going to take you all the way back to February. Okay, so February last year, you were presented integrated guidance application. You approved that application to go forward to the state. Step 2 was the ODE reviewed it, gave us some feedback. Step 3, it goes to the quality assurance panel. They went and reviewed it. Between February and June, we responded to multiple requests for clarifications and adjustments and more explanations to get our plan approved. ODE did delayed a little bit because they had some transition and staffing there. We were finally approved October 19th. Now we have access to our budget and our activities to be able to modify them. So we were fully implementing SIA this year and our other grants. We just didn't have access to our budget and our activities to modify to the state. After that, we went into co-development with our longitudinal growth, performance growth targets, and that's what Mr. Stafford presented to you last month. Those were approved. We had several meetings with ODE, and November 20th, those were approved. No, December 4th, those were approved. And so now the last step of this process is for us to bring our grant agreement to you next month, and also I will bring the first quarter report. And what the first quarter report is not your financials, it's your adjustments that you're going to make to your budget and the adjustments you're going to make to your activities. And so that's what we will bring to you next month. And really, this has just been delayed because of the length of our approval process. Not a big deal. We'll still bring it to you, and everything will be very well accurate and organized for you for next month in discussion. So that's my introduction to integrated guidance for you. Little review, little introduction.
Okay. Dave, I just had a comment. We only have 7 slides on our SIA and none on integrated guidance in our packet.
Okay.
So if we could have those in the future, it really helps us to read along, at least for me, because I'll have to turn and crane my neck and stuff to,
Okay,
because I can't, it's hard to follow along on that.
will do.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
I don't know how I can, but I do. So when we approved the budget, did we approve these funds as part of the budget process? Or these funds and this grant inside the budget?
Yeah, you initially saw the presentation of what would be done with it in February, I believe. And then in the budget was then this as an expenditure area, but it was listed as an SIA grant.
And so as a practical matter, the budget committee had no input on these items in the SAA grant because we had to make that application prior to the budget committee convening.
Yes.
How do we do that different?
Well, it depends on the timelines. You heard Dave say that now that we are approved, late, right? But now that it's approved, we can begin to make some changes. Are you?
I'm talking about for next year.
We can make changes to activities and budget at any time of the year. Moving budget around in SIA at any time of the year. We do that quite often to respond to challenges that we might have. But I hear what you're saying, Roger.
I just, as a matter of process, it's $7 million. It's going to grow to be more and more over time. It will grow faster than
The general.
our revenue probably. And I think that in the spirit of convening that budget committee and board members and just appointed budget committee members, it just seems intuitively that that ought to be part of the budget process.
Well, I think the other thing, how explicit are we in sharing what is in that budget to the budget committee in that process, right? Or is it just a number within 130 million?
No,
Right.
they should be able to see what we're doing.
Yes.
They should be able to see in whatever detail they want what it is we're doing with those funds. Certainly what we're applying for those funds can't be the only thing that they're eligible for. There's probably other districts doing smart things. They want to, who knows? But to just leave it out on an island and have it not be part of the budget process is concerning to me.
Anything else on this topic? Mr. Bolin, you're on a roll, so let's do a bond report.
Okay.
Sounds exciting.
So these haven't changed our guideline and driving purposes that we have going. Our visitations are down a little bit. We had 2 staff members out, and it's a short month, but it's still a priority for us. Some construction updates. South Albany High School roofing is closed, but we had some damage to the concrete there. So this is a avenue that the trucks come into the courtyard there at South Albany, and during construction, it broke off a lot of the cement. So we partnered with the contractor, and they offered to pay. They were going to just repair half of the sidewalk, and we had some contingency left. So we went ahead and ripped the whole thing out and did it right, and got some reinforcement in there so this won't happen again. So you can drive heavy equipment over that now and it won't crack again. So this is a repair that we did. South Shore Elementary, we're still having some HVAC design issues. We're working through those. Those will be solved this spring and summer. And West Albany High School, we have some warranty painting that's outstanding as well. That'll be resolved pretty soon. We're working through that. So the HMK transition is completed. They are no longer representing us in our projects, and here's our new team. I'm excited about this new team. We'll be meeting frequently and taking over all the reports, financials associated with implementing the bond. Going to be a big opportunity for us to learn and work together, but I'm confident this crew can get it done. Sunrise Elementary is on track. We anticipate having action to you in January when the bids come in and bringing you that to you. Central's also on track. Ordering will occur this week, and we're about 20 weeks out for delivery is what the anticipation is on that. Our department highlights. Quarterly leadership team. We met, all 4 departments met together in our leadership teams, and we went around and did updates to our goals. That went really well. Transportation had no cancellations this month, and I wanted to interject when the principal spoke about increased attendance rates. I think it has a lot to do with, could also have a lot to do with transportation not having as much cancellations as well. Also, I know their focus of transportation is how they welcome students on the bus. So not only are they being welcomed at schools, our drivers are doing a good job of greeting those students and getting ready to learn as well. I attended their all-staff training on winter driving. I picked up a few tips. In our facilities, still completing our work orders and doing a great job there. Same with our technology department. Chromebooks that you approved a month or two ago, they're on site, ready for 23-24. Our desktops are all on site and being installed, and we're still working on just our classroom and building upgrades, working on that process, but we're making installations over Christmas break. Scott, I think Scott's still here. He's still here. Food Service Committee update. We formed our parent committee again for food service, and Scott's been attending leadership groups at all the middle schools, trying to get to all the middle schools and high schools to get feedback on food service. And he's been able to take some of those items from those students' input right to his staff and make those corrections pretty rapidly. Pretty cool to see what he's doing. And then just a year to date, what we're doing with food service. And that's it. And I feel sorry for Stacy because she's last and I tried to go quickly.
Poor Stacy.
But great work happening out there. I'm really proud of them.
All right. New business, Stacy, I think you're up for the Early Literacy Success School grants.
Thanks for hanging in there tonight, Stacy.
Thank you. We're gonna finish strong. We can do this. Oh, I cannot, and Dave, you have to stop sharing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He can't.
You're oversharing, Dave.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, here we go. I'm Stacy Lee. I'm the curriculum coordinator. And I worked on this project with a group. This is not just my individual effort. Sue Luthra is here, our elementary director. Bonnie Dietrich, our federal programs coordinator. Heidi Wetherill has also stayed on, that works as a teacher on special assignment for our MTSS programs through Title I funding. And Jane also was part of this. The grant is part of an early literacy success initiative that went through the 2023 Oregon legislature that had this 4 goals that have led to 4 different grants. The grant that we're looking at is the Early Literacy Success School District Grants. These are non-competitive, application-based annual grants in aid. So they're not things that we expect to go away. There's 2023 and 2025 biennium. We know $90 million has been set aside already. And we know there's additional funding coming in 2025, 27. They've already started planning out what that is going to look like. The application just opened on December 8th and will close on January 8th. We are eligible because we're a public school district, not a charter district. And it is to support early literacy initiatives that are research-based and culturally responsive. These are the allowable uses, and you'll notice these are also areas that they asked us to discuss in our application. What I'm going to do is just walk you through the application requirements in the school district, in your board packet. You have the full application. So the application is actually online, but we went through and copied and pasted all of the questions and answers so you can see exactly what we'll be submitting. This is just giving you the highlights of what I'm about to walk you through. So the first step that we had to do is a program review. And the good news is we have a lot of these things in place and have been working on these areas already. So our focus on guaranteed and viable curriculum, as Dave said, this has been a theme for the night with MTSS systems. These are all things that are proven effective for early literacy and were part of our program review. The instructional materials adoption that we did last year and put into place last fall in 2022 meets the state requirements for this grant and being in place with current research on the science of reading.
Our expansion in our preschool programs is also very positive in looking at early literacy and the use of our instructional coaches in our elementary schools, which I'll talk about more in a minute. The 3 areas that we're required to report on as a baseline and for setting goals. The first one is professional development and coaching. We have instructional coaches. We have 1 instructional coach that's paid for at the district level in every elementary school. What they do for early literacy is significant. They are the people that facilitate our multi-tiered systems of support, that make sure those reading interventions, our students are placed properly in the reading interventions. They support SEAs and teachers for how to deliver those reading interventions and how to progress monitor them. They work on guaranteed and viable curriculum, the use of adopted instructional materials, common instructional strategies, grade level team planning. They're supporting all of those processes in their schools in conjunction with the principals and with the instructional leadership teams. They also look with their instructional leadership team at their school at what professional development is needed and work with their principal to conduct that. Extended learning programs, that primarily means summer school programs. We did have summer school last year as an 18-day program with 40.6 hours of literacy instruction. A goal that we'll need to set for this is to increase the hours for literacy instruction. The grant requires that increasing to 60 hours. The grant calls it high dosage tutoring. We call it reading interventions. So it's high dosage tutoring just means that you have someone trained working with small groups of students on specific skills. And we do that within our MTSS system. So students receive reading interventions 4 to 5 times a week, usually 5 times a week, in 30-minute blocks that are always separate from their core reading instruction. They're targeted to specific reading skills, they're progress monitored, and then we have a system of intervention placement and review meetings for making sure that students are making progress where they are. If you remember back to our principals meetings, presentations, 2 hours ago, you could see one of them had a graph of showing how kids in a group of reading intervention were progressing. That's part of what we do for high dosage tutoring. We had to give you an inventory in your board packet. You'll want to really zoom in to be able to read it because it's tiny print, the way to try to get on the letter size paper. But what we're reporting is that our core instructional materials, HMH is into reading. We also have the Spanish version of Arriba la Lectura for our bilingual program. These were on the state adopted list, and they met a high criteria for the state with science of reading research. Our benchmark assessments, as you've heard several times tonight, are now iReady. We also use iReady for progress monitoring, how students are doing in the reading intervention. And we use Core Phonics Survey for even more detailed information when kids are working on those very foundational skills. We have core supplemental materials and intervention materials that are consistent across the district and research aligned. And that's what makes that list really long in your board packet. We have to give a communication plan. The school board meetings are part of our communication plan, our website, using social media, Parent Square. We have our system of Monday notes that are weekly newsletters to the principals that they have information to share with staff. The budget. So our allocation is just under $700,000 this year and just over $700,000 next year. The budget committee was part of the budget committee for this year, that money would be set aside for instructional coaches, and that is how we still intend to use it. So we are submitting that it will pay for approximately 6 FTE of our instructional coaches. Again, we're actually paying for 13 instructional coaches, so we have 1 at every elementary school from district funds. And that is beyond our requirement for matching. The money for that additional 7.0 FTE comes from our student investment account. In future years, this will become part of integrated guidance. So Dave will get to take over talking about the budget. And that's it. Questions?
Perfect.
Thank you.
So one of the things, the application process does require us to vote an approval on the grant application, which is an expression of what she's just showed you.
That, you mean tonight?
Yes.
We need to show board approval.
Presented, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
You were the most persuasive.
All in
of
favor?
the presenters tonight.
Aye. All opposed?
For the record, that the indirect allocation was around 4% of the total budget.
It was, correct.
I just want to say thank you to you
So-
and your team for the actual application. I read through some of it and I appreciated it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Well, unless you guys want to hang out here all night, I would entertain a motion to
I move we
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Aye, we are adjourned.